Hey everyone, this is Jason Tucker, co-chair of Council Room. Welcome to our Who It Yourself Live today.
Hey, this is Amber Braden, also co-chair of Council Room. Welcome, everyone. We just wanted to spend a few minutes with all of you before everything kind of really kicks off today and talk a little bit about the day and what you can expect from it and kind of why we're doing this. I know a lot of us are at home right now. With a global pandemic happening, our lives have kind of changed pretty significantly. One of those being that we don't have, a lot of conventions that are happening right now. But we do have this amazing community here in the Twin Cities and within Doctor Who fandom. So one of the things that we wanted to do as a convention was provide some opportunities for this amazing community to be able to gather together in kind of a live virtual space. So that's kind of where we ended with this. So we've done a couple single-hour panels every couple of weeks or so to kind of lead up to this, but we wanted to do a little bit more than just a single hour because there's so much that we want to talk about and there's so many cool things that we wanted to do, so we felt like a whole day was going to be a really neat way for us to be able to engage with all of you and for all of you to be able to engage with us. So that's kind of how our Day of the Doctor was created. Am I missing anything, Jason?
Oh, no, I think that about covers it. I mean, we just know that there are a lot of in-person events that have been canceled and postponed this summer. We're definitely missing some of those social nerdy activities ourselves, and so we wanted to give everyone an opportunity to nerd out about Doctor Who together, and
Right.
that coming up, as Amber said, we did some various panels. We did a panel about the Master. What else did we do already?
We had our game show. That was fun. Tier and Cisco did a reading.
Oh yeah.
We've had more than I think. Time's kind of all wibbly wobbly. I'm sure that's the same for all of you guys right now. Everything's sort of blurring together, but I think we've done 4 so far.
Okay, and I think we're gonna continue to do some after today as well, just to keep everyone engaged and everything. And so yeah, it seemed like a really good idea as a way to spend a Saturday when the events that a lot of us would normally be at aren't happening. I mean, this is the weekend that traditionally the Twin Cities Pride Festival is, and it's not happening this year. So this definitely gives us a way to divert ourselves from a lot of those.
Yeah, there was actually a lot happening today. There was a 10K, Wonder Woman 10K I was supposed to be running this morning. That isn't happening as well. I think there was also like a Geek Crafts Expo too. This weekend was a busy weekend before all this happened. Hi Bruce and hi Andy. Hi everyone else. I see there was a couple comments. So we're going to give you like a really brief overview of what's happening today. And I'm going to try to keep my speaking at a not super fast level, but I tend to talk very quickly when I'm really excited about things, and I am like really excited about this. So I'm going to try to keep that slower so I don't skip through anything. And then if anybody has any questions, we don't want to take up too much of your time this morning because there's so much happening the rest of the day. But if there's any questions that anyone has, if you could pop them into the chat or as a comment, and we can answer any questions if there was anything that was unclear or if you wanted a little more clarity around some of the stuff that's happening. So we do have a few panels today. You can see I'm kind of set up for the first one a little bit. I'll be in the cosplay panel starting out here along with other far more amazing cosplayers than myself. We have a radio play, which is super exciting. There's been a large cast that's been working on pulling together the radio play, and I'm very excited to see how that one's going to turn out. And then we do also have a panel on comic creators of Doctor Who. So Christopher Jones and Katie Rex are going to be joining us for that panel. So that's really exciting. But we wanted to do more than panels because I think one of the really exciting things that we do at our convention too is being able to engage with people in a lot of different ways. So beyond the panels, we also have a whole bunch of activities that are planned getting posted to social media throughout the day. We've posted kind of a schedule of what those are. Some of them are like kind of fun games. Some of them are an opportunity to introduce yourself. We are going to have a round table so that everybody has a chance to talk with each other, actually kind of face to face, camera to camera, computer to computer. I'm not really sure what the best way of saying that is. So everyone's going to have a chance to kind of have a conversation with each other. We've made a space for you to be able to do that. And then we are going to be doing a tweet along at the end of the day, which feels like kind of a chill way to close out the day at home watching this show that we all love. So that's kind of a really brief overview. We've shared a much more detailed overview on our website. We've had links going out all across social media with that link. Jason, is there anything big that I'm missing? There might be.
I don't think so. I think you've covered everything. Thank you, Hugh, by the way, for mentioning one of the other things we did. I think one of the first things we did was our Series 12 overview. Seems so long ago now that we did that, but yeah. I think you covered all of the events today, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing everyone through all of this.
Not seeing any questions pop up per se. Do you want to wait another minute or two?
Yeah. We'll. Do we want to mention now? I know we're going to mention it later, but that we're going to have a virtual TARDIS tour coming up in a few weeks, just like what we did in person last year, which was a lot of fun. We're not renting a van and taking everyone around to all the TARDISes this year, but we are doing a virtual TARDIS tour, and a lot of people have made videos. What day is that?
July 11th. So that's our next Do It Yourself Live event, and I'm really excited about that too. It's obviously it's going to be different than we were in person, which was a whole experience. If any of you were doing the TARDIS tour last year when we all kind of gathered in a van and spent the whole day traveling around to all the TARDISes, mostly close to the Twin Cities area. That was a really cool experience. So we're going to try to bring that to you in a virtual way. And it's different, but it's also really amazing. So I'm very excited for that one too.
Yeah. Hopefully next year we can do it all in person again, because it really was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
If you live in an area where you have a number of TARDIS little free libraries or even full standing TARDISes, I highly recommend getting a group together and go on a TARDIS tour in your area, because it really is super fun. And we contact the homeowners ahead of time so that they know we're coming, and almost all of them come out and say hi, and some of them even bring out snacks and stuff. It's a great way to spend a day meeting other fans, especially the fans who are dedicated enough to build a TARDIS.
Right. All right. I'm not seeing any questions, so maybe we wrap this up. Really quick mention on our first social media activity is getting posted in a few minutes. it's going to be an opportunity to introduce yourself to each other. You know, people potentially tuning in from all over the world. So if you want to have a chance to say hi, that'll be a good place to do so, all kind of in one place. We do have a long day together. So take some time to introduce yourselves. We did technically already have a post go up. We'd shared some coloring pages if you need some chill coloring time, which is always really fun. If you wanted to share those, there is a post that's already up on social media to share those on if you'd like to, or use the hashtag WIY Day of the Doctor. So I think that's it. I'm really excited to be sharing this day with all of you, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our first Who It Yourself live panel for today. This one is Costuming the Doctor. For those watching on YouTube and Facebook, we encourage you to post your comments or questions in the chat feeds, and we will translate those questions over to our panelists as we're able to. Our moderator for this panel today is Hugh Gitlin. Hugh, take it away.
Hey, thanks, Natasha. Welcome to Costuming the Doctor. We have 4 great panelists today. Let's introduce them right away, and they're going to tell them a little bit about themselves and how they got into cosplay. Our first panelist is Amber Radin, who you probably already met. Oh, Amber, you're muted. You're muted, Amber.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you. You know, you do these so many times, and then you think you've got it, and then you don't. So, my name's Amber. I'm co-chair of Console Room. I've been cosplaying for a few years now, and unfortunately, I'm very bad at taking photos of my cosplays. A lot of my cosplays are focused on either purchased items or homemade items. So you can see some of the ones that I've been making behind me. What I've been kind of getting into a little bit more now is costumes more on the historical side, and then learning more about wigs, which have been a little bit beyond me until this last year. So that's kind of my cosplay journey.
And next we have Kat Petmiller, who's been main stage chair, who's been the our costume showcase presenter the last couple of years. Kat, introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name's Kat. I have been costuming for close to 4 decades. I've actually been doing cosplay since before they called it cosplay, when it was just dressing up for fun, and then doing what we called masquerade. You know, I've done everything from historical. I have an affinity, I guess, towards uniforms, of which I have several pieces hanging behind me that you'll be able to see. I've done a lot of theater. I've done film. You know, Doctor Who has just been another part of that, of my cosplay journey over the years, but I've also directed masquerades here in the Twin Cities for, well, since the 90s. So I've got a lot of experience with that, with judging, with helping do presentations. So I teach now too, I should say too. I did that this last year at Console Room as well as hosted. So I've been doing this for a while and I love it. It's part of my passion. And I really thank you guys for inviting me to be part of the panel today.
And next we have Kaya Nelson. Kaya, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got into cosplay.
Hi, I'm Kaya, and I'm trying to think of how exactly I got into cosplay, but I think it was mostly just going to Convergence and seeing all the costumes, and everything looked like fun, and I wanted to play. I liked the play part of the cosplay part. And so I do a lot of my sourcing for costumes by going to Goodwill, and then making alterations to things from Goodwill. Maybe they're a little big, so I need to get them to fit, or I need to add some embellishments to make them match the costume a little better. And I then like to go to the conventions and play. And I have a lot of fun interactions with the kids, especially when I'm in the 11th Doctor. I think 11 is what got me into specifically Doctor Who cosplay. A lot of people told me, wow, are you like related to Matt Smith? You look like even out in cosplay. So I had a lot of fun.
Okay, thanks. Last but not least is my partner in crime at a lot of conventions, T. Aaron Cisco.
Hey, yeah, like he said, I'm T. Aaron Cisco. I've been cosplaying. You know what? No, my first cosplay, I was about 7 years old. It was the first time I'd ever seen Doctor Who. It was the episode Paradise Towers, and I was so enamored of Sylvester McCoy's vest, his question mark vest. that I tried to make one myself with colored pencils just on my T-shirt. It did not go over well. My classmates were not nearly as impressed as I thought they might be. So then I kind of stayed away from it for quite a bit, and then just sort of fell back into it. I think I just do a big combination of kind of everything all the other awesome panelists said. Like I make some stuff, I find stuff, I'll like alter pre-existing pieces and try to throw stuff together. I think my one trademark, I suppose, is trying to go a little bit left of center with characters that don't get cosplayed very often. And yeah, I mean, I love cosplay. I've done a couple masquerades, but I do it just for the love of dressing up because I don't get to do it nearly enough. And yes, I did eventually get a much nicer question mark vest.
Hey everyone, we're back after introducing everyone. Let's get into some of your favorite cosplays for Doctor Who in particular, and other things in not particular. But let's start with the Doctor Who stuff. Amber, your favorite thing you've done with Doctor Who so far?
That I've done so far. I really enjoy cosplaying as Clara. I don't enjoy her character particularly much, but I really like her outfits quite a bit. So I have several in progress right now with Clara. Behind me, I have like my Cold War jacket. So that one's almost done. I have a Cold War dress that I've that's nearly done. And then I've been working on the snowman, the barmaid outfit. But I don't have my pieces of that out here yet because it's a little bit less done than that. So I don't know how to pick a favorite though. I really I kind of go back and forth between making cosplays for myself and making cosplays for my husband. So I actually have some. I'm trying to pull together like a duo. So I think that will be my favorite. I'm trying to pull together a duo of Clara's snowman barmaid costume and then the doctor. So I've actually finished like his pants, which were interesting if we're talking about like historical costuming. These were based on like a pattern that somebody else had pulled together of like Victorian era pants, which are challenging. And it took a really long time, but they fit, so that's impressive. And I still need to make the coat for that, but
So
yeah.
how did Nick take standing there to get measured and all that stuff? Is he a good person? Is he good to measure? Does he stand still and do everything that he's supposed to do when you measure him out?
Yeah, like he's like, as long as you finish it, don't just kind of leave it half finished. That's the key.
Okay, Kaya, how about your favorite Doctor Who cosplay that you've done so far?
Oh man, I have like different levels of like reasons why things might be my favorite. I think my favorite to wear is the 11th Doctor, just because I have so many fun interactions with kids. They act like I'm real. They're like, let's go, we gotta go get the aliens. And then I follow them and we have just a blast. And then like there's also like in making them and just like happenstance and things like that. And 11 wasn't my favorite to make for that because that was my first one for Doctor Who, and it was a lot harder, I think, just because I didn't know at all what I was even looking for or doing. I think for that I had a lot more fun making the 3rd Doctor costume.
Okay. One thing on your 11th Doctor, do you use a real bow tie where you tie it yourself, or do you use a pre-tied bow tie? Do you use a pre-tied bow tie, or do you tie your own bow tie?
You're talking to me. I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my. No, I'm not muted. I'm sorry. Did anyone hear that? That's.
It was just my audio cutting out.
Oh, Do you use a pre-tied bow tie, or do you tie your own bow ties for 11? When you do 11, do you tie your own bow ties?
I haven't tied my own bow tie. I haven't found one available for purchase that was like needed to be tied. Most of the ones that I find, especially since I search for things that are cheaper and try to cosplay on a budget, those ones typically come pre-tied. The only one that wasn't like that was my second Doctor one, which is actually a regular long neck tie that I cut up and pinned back together, so it looks really floppy and second Doctor like.
Okay, Kat, how about you, Doctor Who cosplay? Because you've done a lot of other cosplay. Have you done a lot of Doctor Who?
Well, one of the things that it was funny as you were saying that the one that I have done that actually translated over to Doctor Who was Queen Victoria, which
yes.
I never expected that's what it was going to be. Whenever I did that, Amber, speaking of Victoria, I did Albert's pants, and they're the same ones. When you held them up, I'm going, they're hanging back there underneath his jacket. So I've been there, done that, and actually got kudos from other cosplayers on the fact that we did the pants right. So more power to you going ahead and staying to the historical accuracy on those. And they're not easy, but if they fit, they're right. But yeah, when I did Victoria, I actually did it at a day of, at one of the Doctor Who gatherings I think it was I know it was Convergence. And I actually found those pictures of me and a whole bunch of Doctor Who's and other cast, members, cosplay members, at one of the Convergence. But yeah, Victoria, and I like playing her. She's not an easy role, and because you have to be, well, you got to be the queen. Let's be realistic, and not just any queen, but the queen. And but like Amber said, that level of accuracy, and for me, doing Victoria was about accuracy because it's post Albert's death, so everything had to be black and black and black and black and black, but you had to bring contrast within that so that it wasn't just it can't you have to find the contrast in doing it. And so it was a challenge, but it was a challenge I was thrilled that I got to do.
Okay, T. Aaron, what is your favorite Doctor cosplay that you have done?
I mean, like the little T in me. Oh, little T in me. Young me. Like the fact that I was able to finally, after way more years than I want to admit, was able to finish a 7th Doctor cos, because the 7th Doctor has been and still is my favorite Doctor of all time. Like every time I put it on, it's kind of like a little like squishy emotional center, like a warm Reese's Pieces cup. Like it's just all gooey on the inside. But actually, the one I got the most feedback from, or like I actually haven't gotten any negative feedback, not to my face yet. But the one I've got the most like, hey, that's super groovy. Was I did the 8th Doctor at Convergence, and that was an accident because I was actually trying to do a different character from a whole different fandom, the Traveler from H.G. Wells' The Time Machine, and I couldn't find exactly what I was looking for. And then I was like, oh wait, I inadvertently, like subconsciously, like just channeled my inner Whovian and had been building a Paul McGann cast that whole time. So I just ran out, restyled a couple of wigs, and then like flew to like the Doctor Who meetup for the photos. And they're like, "Oh, 8th Doctor," because the 8th Doctor doesn't get nearly enough love, and so that was kind of groovy. But I think
I was in your posse for that one, for that 8th Doctor shoot. Yes.
But I think overall, like my favorite Doctor Who cast is all of them because they're so groovy, except for the Clockwork Droid, which was the most elaborate and hardest to make. It's really fun, but wow, what they used to wear back in the Baroque period, no dice. Like the stockings, it's so much.
We have a question from Kathy Coyle on YouTube. What do people consider the most unusual character you've done since T. Aaron's on already? Let's start with you.
Most unusual character overall, I think, would be, and it's really because I was digging up props, but Captain Miller from Independence Day, which was really just an Air Force uniform, but then I
Yeah.
had a little speech bubble that I just carried with me. Yeah, so that was definitely one. That was kind of a deep cut. People were like, "Wait, what the? Oh, I get." Yeah, that was an odd, very strange one. That or George R.R. Martin for a Game of Thrones.
Your George R.R. Martin one was cool. I like that one. Amber, most unusual character you have done?
I don't know that I've really done a lot of unusual characters yet, but I have one. I put it aside because it was initially I initially had to have it done for April because I was going to be doing some races at Disney that were Star Wars themed. So it's not Doctor Who, but and so I've been working on running costumes, which is a whole other kind of cosplay ball field. And I was planning on Maz Kanata for one of my costumes in a running friendly way. But I put it aside, so it's not done. But like that's because the races got canceled. But that will probably be my most unusual one when it's done.
Just a question: What did you run? What did you run in at last year's stuff? Did you have costumes for your races last year?
I did. I wasn't there for the Star Wars weekend. I was there for the marathon weekend. So, but we did do a Star Wars one. So I was K2SO. And we did Dopey because we did all the races. So we ran as Dopey. I'm forgetting what the other two were because we had 4. But yes, in short,
Yeah.
They weren't as cool though. The ones I was working on for Star Wars are way cooler than the ones I did a couple
we'll
years
wait for
ago.
next year's Star Wars race weekend and get lots of pictures. And I hope we get some pictures from you for that. Kat, what's your most unusual costume you've done?
Probably it was an original piece called, well, we called it the Archangels. And in fact, it's in the collage, and it's actually this demon that I'm done with these huge wings, razor sharp wings. It was the look of it. And when we originally did it, my friend who played the other Archangel was like, "Oh, well, I'll be the demon and all of this stuff." And I said, "You can't." And he's like, "What do you mean I can't?" I said, "You can't because you can't design it and wear it. I'm designing what you're wearing, you're designing what I'm wearing, and no one will expect me to be the demon. They will expect me to be the good guy. They will expect you to be the demon." So we cross cast it that way. And he literally was in the tanning bed and all of this other stuff. We sprayed his hair silver and everything. So he comes out and literally glows on stage as an archangel. And I come out as this demon, teeth and makeup and hair and all the whole 9 yards. And quite literally, I had people that have known me 20 years come up to me afterwards and go, "I didn't know it was you until they read the credits." Score. I mean, honestly. Come on, what is the best part about a cosplay? Being hidden within a costume and people not knowing who it is until that moment of revelation. And yeah, so, and it's actually in the collage. An image of it is in the collage.
You know, I get that when I accompany Marissa and Kelly around the convention when they're doing the Weeping Angels.
Yes, absolutely.
We used to do that when before they became head of programming. We used to do that council room.
Yep.
We did that Convergence a couple times on Sundays, and it's just, they're just, it's just, yeah, that no one knows who they are, and it's awesome that way.
It's a wonderful feeling.
Kaya, next, you're most unusual.
I think I have a lot of like unusual ones that I've done or any like deep cuts, but I think the one that nobody seems to know who I am, or very rarely are people like, "Oh yeah," is Max from Dark Angel. It's more of an obscure show at this point, but it's the main character of the show, so I don't feel like it's that strange. But that one I also have the experience of like people do not know it's me. No one recognizes me with the wig on. I just don't look like a person who should have a lot of hair. And that one was really fun. It kind of came together really serendipitously, and that's my favorite show from when I was like 13. So it's got a special place in my heart because it's just like those first fandom feels, even though I was definitely a nerd before I was 13, but like that place of growth that you're in at that point in your life. So that was really fun. Nobody knows who I am except for like maybe twice in all of the 5 times I've boarded it.
So
And yeah, I still love you.
one more thing, if you're not reading the comments, that Meg Bjorkman says hi, Kaya. So I just had to get that in. Now let's get some tips on cosplay. Someone just getting started in cosplay. What do you think the best way for someone that doesn't do cosplay to get into cosplay? And I'll start with Kat because Kat's been doing it the longest.
Wow. Well, a lot of it just simply comes down to your love of a specific genre. What is that show, that movie, that anime, whatever it is that drives you, that you go, oh my gosh, I want to look like that person. Okay, whatever that is. For me, I mean, it goes back to original Star Wars. I wanted Leia's white gown so badly that I made it for Halloween that year, and I haven't stopped making Leia Organa since. I've been cosplaying her since 1977. Okay, but that's just it. It's something that drives you, and it can be anything. I've been sewing since I was very young. So sewing was just a natural part of my cosplay, but I also did found and altering and changing things, just like a lot of people do these days as well. It doesn't have to be picture perfect the first time out. It's okay. It doesn't have to be, best in show winning capabilities. It's always nice if it is, but just give yourself the opportunity to find something that makes you feel good, makes you feel like that character, whatever that character is, whether it's a t-shirt and a jacket, or you took the time, you bought the pattern, you made the pattern, whatever you did. It's just about getting into it and doing it and allowing yourself the freedom to dress up and have a good time. You don't have to compete. I do. A lot of us do. But just get out there and have a good time.
Okay, T. Aaron, you've been doing it a long time since you were 7 with the T-shirt. And what advice do you give to first time cosplayers?
I mean, just to echo Kat, I think a lot of it has to do with just like your love. Like, I think for me personally, what worked was kind of twofold. One was like the low hanging fruit aspect of it. One of my very first like cosplays for a con specifically was doing Nick Fury, and I mean, it was black slacks, a black T-shirt, an eye patch, and I just so happened to stumble across a cube-shaped light so I could carry on Tesseract. But it was, I don't know, it was like an $8 investment in the entire cost. It was really, and it felt good walking around. People like, hey, oh, that's great. Can I get your photo? Or like hanging out with people who had spent way more time to do other Avengers and things like that. But that was kind of like a great sense of like I've done something. I'm kind of in the community space. I'm in the cosplay zone. And then conversely, going the exact opposite direction with another cast that I had done early on was Kahless, who was a character from Star Trek fandom. He was the first. He's the person responsible for the Klingon Empire, but he's not like the cool Klingons you see in the show. He has like lots of furs and like pelts and all kinds of craziness. So because I'm a rocket scientist in my spare time, I picked a Convergence to do this in the middle of summer. So I got tons of suede and heavy foam and leather and commissioned a headpiece and got a very large, heavy acrylic wig and all these different pieces. I lost about 345 pounds that day. But again, there's that sense of like the seeing people's reactions. And I think, I mean, I was doing it for me. Like the first reaction or the most important reaction is your own. Like when I got all the stuff on finally and looked in the mirror, like through all the sheets of sweat pouring through my eyes, I could kind of make out like, oh, this looks pretty cool. So that was first and foremost. And then getting that validation from other people, like, oh, that's really cool. That's awesome. So kind of those two, like make sure you're doing it for you first, and then yeah, there's a low hanging fruit, so you can jump in right away. Or there's that crazy sense of like I've climbed the mountain and lost 345 pounds, but look how cool this is. So yeah, beginning cosplayers, it's really about like what do you love, and like how do you want to go about it? Because there's so many ways to like indulge in this pastime.
Okay, Amber, you're next.
Yeah, so I think I have a couple things in response to that. So as far as creation, so like I learned how to sew. I was in 4-H when I was a kid, and learned how to sew in 4-H. Shout out to all the other 4-H or alumni out there. Um, and then kind of gave it up, and then I picked it up again for cosplay. So I had some experience with that, and that's something that I really enjoy doing personally, because I really like making something out of nothing, kind of, and going through that creation process is something that I really enjoy. But that's not something that everybody enjoys, and I've had my whole life to learn about sewing and get used to sewing, and not everyone has, and not everyone wants to. So I think the first thing that I would say is to once you've chosen, like, you want to do cosplay and you want to do this character, to go into it at the comfort level that you're at, and any comfort level that is totally okay. If that's I have a lot of the cosplays that I've actually worn are not the ones that I've made myself. They're store-bought, because they were a lot faster, and I was a lot more comfortable wearing something that somebody else made than something that I made, because I don't trust my own sewing maybe as much as I should. So that brings me to the second point. It's okay if it's not perfect, kind of like Kat was saying. I think my biggest struggle with cosplay is because I really want it to be perfect. And then I struggle with imposter syndrome quite a bit with this kind of stuff. So when I'm making something from scratch, it takes me a very long time, because I'm constantly going back over patterns, and I do use patterns. I am not nearly good enough to do anything without a pattern. I might piece together a couple patterns. I've advanced, a little bit, but I'm not nearly good enough to do something without a pattern yet. I haven't figured that part out, but it doesn't have to be perfect. And so a lot of me when I'm making cosplays is like, okay, this isn't going to be historically accurate, and it's not going to be exactly like what they wore on the screen, but it's something that I'm comfortable in. It has pockets, which is like my number one thing, and it's done. And finishing something for me is almost one of the hardest things, because I can get very close to done, and then there's like a hem or something that I haven't finished, because I'm just like, okay, but what if there's one thing in there I want to fix, and you have to get past that. Just finish it and wear it, because you spent time on it, and wear it out. And if it's not perfect, who cares? I mean, it'll look great. Nobody's going to know if you messed up a bunch of stitches like I have. Nobody's going to be, inspecting it to that degree or anything either. So, finish it and have fun, and grow from that experience, I think, is what I would say.
Okay, Kaya. How do you, when someone just starts out, what do you tell someone?
I think, again, it's like the passion is something that drives you to be like, I want to be a part of this. I want to create this. I feel it where, if you found something that gives you that drive, then that's what you should try and go for. If it's something that's like going to have all this homework and stuff that you really don't have the skills for, like maybe there's an adjacent character that's not wearing all of that you could do first to just kind of bump up the skills. Because like, I know I can't make that kind of stuff. Wish that I could. I definitely struggle also with wanting things to be perfect, but none of my cosplays have ever been perfect. I sew a little, but I don't have very good skills. I don't have a lot of experience in it other than just what I've had to gain through doing costumes. that's that's my learning ground. So it's going to be messy, and it's going to end up looking like I didn't know what I was doing, because that's accurate. I didn't know what I was doing. But if I find that, like, once I start putting the things on, there will be like one piece of that costume that all of a sudden, for me, mentally, if not visually, but mentally, it all comes together. Like with 11th Doctor, you put the suspenders on, all of a sudden, like, I'm there, my mannerisms change, a feeling character. For some characters, it's been like a hat, or like with Osgood, when I put on her glasses, all of a sudden I just, okay, like there's usually a piece, and then all of a sudden the character is there, even if it doesn't look maybe like I envisioned it in my mind. It doesn't matter. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to have fun, and that's how I feel like I wind up with that finishing piece. Like, maybe I'm not finished here or there, and a lot of costumes I've then like worn again, but added something to it another year. But it can be done for now and for that, so long as I feel ready in that mental headspace.
Okay, just an aside. I am wearing the pants I originally had when I talked about doing a 12 costume. I had bought pajama pants. I couldn't find the right plaid, but this was the closest plaid I could find to his series 10, series 9 costume with the sweatshirt and the overcoat. And I found these pajama pants, and I am wearing them right now. And another thing, thanks Eleanor Cashman. She says this is so fascinating to listen to. Thanks for the compliment, Eleanor. Next, let's wave. Hi, Eleanor. Costuming's important, but props are also important. Do we have any good prop making stories, Kat?
Well, yes. I guess it's one of those things where when we did Victoria and Albert, one of the whole basis of the story for the presentation, because it was a presentation that we did, was that Victoria is walking through Windsor Castle 2 nights after her husband has passed. And she comes up to his portrait and sees it, turns around weeping. He steps out of the portrait and dances with her one last time before stepping back into the portrait. It's online. It's on YouTube. It's a Convergence one. It's from the 10th anniversary of Convergence. It's called Last Dance. You can go out and watch it. I encourage you to, just because, well, dadgummit, we did a good job. But I have to say, I'm really proud of it. It was an incredible storyline. But what we built was his picture frame that he stood in. We literally built a full-size picture frame. We textured the outside edges of it so it looked like one of those frames that would have been hanging in a castle. And my Albert, you can see his costume behind me if you got us up there. He was standing there, hand over, hand about mid-chest, and he was holding onto a walking stick on the platform he was standing on in the portrait. And now, I had talked with judges afterwards, because, of course, you, as a competitor, you always want to find out what you did right and what you could have done better. Okay, we need that validation, at least as far as competitors go. And the comment that was made was, when he stepped out of the portrait, I wondered what was going to happen to his walking stick. Was it going to just fall over? What was going to happen? We screwed the walking stick to the platform. So when he stepped out of the picture, the walking stick stayed in place. And then when he stepped back into the picture, he just put his hand back on top of it and froze back in the portrait form again. So the thing is that I don't normally have to do a whole lot of props. Whenever I've done theater work and all of that, I have somebody that's building props for me. I may design them, I may tell them what I want them to look like. I'm not necessarily the prop builder, other than maybe hats or, those kinds of clothing pieces. But that was one time we literally had to build an 8-foot picture frame that you could get on and off stage with the platform, the whole 9 yards. And people believed it. People believed all of it, from the draping in the back and everything. And honestly, it looks like it should have been hanging in a museum. So another one of those for us, because it's always fun when they work. You never know how it's going to translate on stage. You hope. And that was, I guess, probably my best prop making piece.
So, Kaya, since you deal with mainly found stuff and altered stuff, do you look for props too in that same way at Goodwill? Do you say you see something? Hey, I could use that in my cosplay.
I have done just a few props. All my sonic screwdrivers for my doctors, I just buy the ones that they have off the market.
Yeah.
Definitely don't have the skills to make that. Plus, I like pressing the buttons and all that, even when I'm not in costume. So those are just an investment that I make. Although I have to buy a new 11th Doctor one, because he tosses his all the time, and I finally broke mine at Console Room last year. It got me through a long time. But then, like, I have my second Doctor's recorder, and then the 12th Doctor has a guitar. And both of those I did not find at Goodwill, because I was like, these are things I want to get. So I bought them from, like, regular sources. The guitar for the 12th Doctor is a blow-up guitar. Because I was like, that would be funny, though, if he just has, like, a fake guitar it was like probably $1.50, and then I bought the same color duct tape so I could make the strap and wear it. So that was the alteration that I made, and then the alteration to the second Doctor's recorder. I was searched all over the place for a recorder, so I actually paid full price for that thing, and then I glued ribbon on it.
Because we were lucky for our recorder for the escape room. We actually did find one at, I think what's at Savers.
Oh,
We found
wow.
a recorder. And that's where we found our guitar for the escape room too. So we had good luck finding props for the escape room the year we did it. T. Aaron, how about you with your props?
Oh boy. So yeah, I love props because I think one of the things I look at with any cost when I start building is, okay, well, how can I do this for cheap? Because unfortunately, I haven't won that lottery thing that people keep doing yet. But no, it's like there's this kind of magic with the right prop where it can elevate even the simplest costume. Like like my speech bubble, like this was, I mean, it's foam board and a popsicle stick, but immediately it took my like generic Air Force guy costume into like, oh, you're the guy from Independence Day. And it was it was really easy to elevate that. The same thing with like Nick Fury. The party light was one thing, but then later on, I had done Nick Fury, Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel era. And then I did have to go out and buy my little buddy Goose, which I do, and it's a flirky. Yeah, Goose is awesome.
You actually went and bought a goose. There
Had
you
to go
go.
buy Goose, didn't make Goose. Yeah, but those little touches, like when I'm find out about a cost or an event last minute. So sometimes like the fall con or like the 1 day cons that are more comic book based but still have dress cosplay opportunities. I'll throw on like a Luke Cage, which is again very simple, yellow t-shirt. I use some prop chains and that kind of thing. But because of the Netflix series, he has a swear jar made out of an old coffee can. So I went out, got an old coffee can, and then just masking tape and like scrawled the word swear jar on it. And again, it elevated from like, oh, there's like a cappuccino colored guy in a yellow t-shirt. It's like, oh, there's Luke Cage. And it's like the props, these like really tiny elements really elevate even the simplest cosplays. Or, I mean, the list goes on, like doing Jack from The Shining. Yeah, you're just a very odd fellow with a bad haircut until you have a hatchet, like that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay.
And then with the construction of cos, I will mention that, like, I don't know, I would recommend trying it and like failing, because like some of my best teachers haven't been tutorials, they haven't been the workshops, but have just been me being in my workshop and trying something and failing miserably, and then learning from that failure. Like I have props. Hey, so this was an early Geordie visor from TNG. I watched a bunch of like behind the scenes about how they made it, and this is how they actually made it. Just they had did a much better job. Would use a hair clip and then cardboard that was painted with foam for the sides. This is horrible. It hurts when you wear it. It's really heavy. Can't really see through it. And there's a site called shapeways.com, just shape and then ways. And what they are is like a marketplace for 3D printers. So if you have a 3D printer and you're looking to make stuff, you can meet people and they'll send you stuff to make. If you have files but no printer, or if you're just some weirdo like me who's like, oh, I really need something that isn't available anywhere else, then you can find people with designs, people with the printers, and they'll do it. So this was what I attempted, and then after Shapeways, it's like, oh, I can see when I walk now, and it looks nice, and it's that kind of groovy. Yeah, shapeways.com is so awesome. Like even in the short time or comparatively short time that I've been doing cosplay, the amount of stuff that's available now that wasn't before is astounding in terms of 3D printing and Etsy and just being able to connect and look up things that weren't available easily previously. So I highly recommend props and lots of wigs, especially if you're like me, lots of wigs. Low maintenance haircut.
Yeah. Are you thinking of doing Nick Fury with two eyes and the young Nick Fury from Captain Marvel, maybe in one of your next cosplays?
Oh yeah, that's where Goose came in. I have Eddie who went as Carol, and again, if I didn't have Goose, then it's like, oh, there's like a strange, tall, chubby guy hanging out with Captain Marvel, and then it's like, oh, that strange, tall, chubby guy is actually just like Nick Fury in the '90s.
Yep.
There's Goose.
Okay. And Amber, how about you with the props?
Yeah, I have my prop now. Any video with me is inevitably going to have a cat when we're at home. It's a little easier that way. So I really agree with what Taylor was saying, but it's I feel like accessories and props really can elevate any cosplay. And this wasn't a cosplay, but I'm sure some of you saw it. But there was like a duct tape prom dress that someone made that was like a coronavirus storytelling thing, which was amazing. It was gorgeous. I am so impressed with that. But what impressed me more was the accessories that went with it. That she had put the thought into making like a purse that looked like the virus and like all of these. It was so cool. She had like earrings and a necklace, and she decorated the shoes. It was amazing. So like I think those kinds of things really make an outfit. So like I have a like Daenerys cosplay that I made that was tiki themed because I did Funko Fun Days last year at San Diego Comic-Con, and they had a tiki themed event, and I was like, okay, well, I mean, I could just do, I guess, generic tiki stuff, or I could dress as one of my favorite characters as if she was doing some kind of tiki thing. So I had made a version of her like Karth dress, the really, really gorgeous blue and gold one. But it was all like tiki flowers, and I had like the wig, and nobody would have understood that that was supposed to be Daenerys if I didn't also have a dragon with it. So I had made, and remember it's California in the middle of summer, so it's hot, obnoxiously so if you're a Minnesotan. And so I'd made this like little stuffed Drogon that I could have carried on my shoulder. Wouldn't have to deal with carrying around too much else. And Drogon had a little had some flowers around his neck because, you know, it's a party. And nobody would have known, I think, that was Daenerys because it wasn't, you know, straight from screen kind of thing. So that's probably like the most fun. I really enjoyed walking around with that one because dragons and swishy dresses, and you know, that's kind of my thing. But I've also really I've been working on, I haven't finished the coat, but I have worn it still, a Sixth Doctor crossplay. I have the shoe. I don't even know if you can see it. The shoe is behind me, which was kind of like a fun journey for me, because one of the things for me with cosplay is that the shoes have better be comfortable if you're going to be walking around in them all day. And I think that's probably the case for a lot of cosplayers.
Mm-hmm.
And so he has, the Sixth Doctor, I think, had these, he must have had green shoes. I haven't looked at the picture in a while. And so I found these green, I found these like taupe wedges, and then they have this leather dye, which is kind of interesting. So I don't know how well you can see them, but they're green now because I used that dye to dye them, and that's actually one of my favorite props because they are super comfortable, and yet I can still use them to nod back to the character in a way that is fun for me, and still feels, I think, close enough to my version of that character. Yeah.
Hugh?
Oh, yes, Kat.
One thing that came to mind as everyone was talking about props and everything was something that was taught to me nigh on 25 years ago now by some friends that are part of the International Costumers Guild. And one of the things that they said to me then was very, very simple. Costuming does not stop at the neck. You've got a costume all the way up over your head, which is the wig, the hat, but it's also for women and guys too, jewelry. You know, it's all the accessories. It's the right shoes. Amber, absolutely right. If your shoes are uncomfortable, you're not going to want to stay in the outfit. That just goes without saying. But it's the overall. It's not just the shirt, the pants, the jacket. It's all of it. And I totally agree with Kaya. That one piece, there's that one piece that you put on, and now you're in it. Now you know you're in that character. And that's something that we all hope we find that one piece to help us get into that, to get into whatever that character is. So I just wanted to add that into it because I thought that was one of the most important things I think I've ever learned.
Oh, Amber? Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to say this after you were saying that too, Kaya, because when you were talking about the one piece, because for me that one piece is very frequently either doing something with my hair or putting on a wig. When I cosplayed, I had a picture of Merida when we started, which was like the casual. I did the Wreck-It Ralph super chill Merida because it was comfortable, and I mean, you could wear that anywhere, but if I didn't have the wig, I could have been wearing that anywhere. It would have just been me being me. And the wig totally made a difference because I was just like, that's not me. That is someone that's very, very, very not me. But it helped me feel like more like the character. So that's for me, like almost every time when I get to the hair, that's the thing that kind of makes it click.
I think Ralph brings to the internet that Disney scene is a gift to cosplayers for their princesses. That they could do the casual princesses now. That is just one of the things that I've always liked about that that movie because the next couple of years you saw a lot of the casual princesses at conventions. That was very good. I love that. What's the costume that gave you the most trouble making? Let's wrap it up with that. Kat, you're up right now.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize I was going to be the first one on that. That's fine.
You're on my screen, so that's.
Oh, okay. You know what? Each one has its own moment, and I can't. I'll bet you everyone will say that every costume has its own moment. The one that I find the most funny when I tell the story about doing it is actually Victoria. I decided to be perfect on it, okay? And go ahead and smile and laugh because it never will be, but I tried. And when I did Victoria's bodice, I actually did thread eyelet loops for the hooks. They're hooks all the way down the front. There's no buttons on that bodice. There are 16 handmade thread eyelets to hook with. It takes 3 people to get me into the bodice, me and 2 others, because I have to hold the bottom of the bodice taut so that they can then get them all hooked, and then tension keeps it closed. But if I shift wrong while they're doing it, they all come undone and we have to start all over again. That's crazy. But at the same time, I'm so glad that I took the time to do something accurate to that level because I know I can do it. It was teaching myself that I had the skill to do something that crazy for myself. I am lucky enough to be gifted with the ability to look at an image and translate that into pattern in fabric. I've been doing it since I started sewing medieval clothing and a lot of other stuff. And in fact, most of my uniforms, going all the way back to my original classic Battlestar Galactica uniforms, I only had a couple of images and I had to make it work based on that stuff. And including adding pockets to a jacket that never had pockets. So I'm with you on that one. But when you just, so much of what we do is extrapolation on a theme, because if you understand historically how something is supposed to be built and put together, well, then you can alter it to make it, we changed the collar and now it's this year, or we changed the tail of a coat and now it's this time period. And it can be something as simple as that. But each and every project is its own beast. Sometimes.
Thanks. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna, sometimes it's not hard. Sometimes it's a nightmare.
Okay, Kaya, what's the most difficult thing you've ever attempted and accomplished?
I would have to say Pearl from Steven Universe, which still isn't done because I need to find a wig. In the past, I've been using, I take some fabric that was the color thereabouts of her hair and made a bandana because her hair's kind of triangular. So I was like, well, that's going to do for now until I find a wig that has good reviews that I can invest in, because I don't want to get one that's going to fall apart, because I intend to wear this one many times. But I have to remake the shirt because when I first made it, I took a shirt from Goodwill like I like to do, and I added a star on the front, but then I had to do the top part of the shirt over again with a gauzy material, and I had never worked with a gauzy type of material before. So it was a real learning process of me figuring out how to do that. I think I failed at it about maybe 10 times. I'm glad I bought a lot extra. And in the end, it still looks kind of ratty and bad where the seams are because I didn't know what I was doing. But I really love the character, so I'm just going to keep working at it and probably alter it. I also have an alternate version because there's one where she is wearing a jacket, trying to be real cool. So, that was my second attempt, and it didn't have the gauzy material with that particular iteration, and it turned out way, way better. So I usually do that one now, but, I still need to go back and fix that first one because it's not so good. And so it's still a work in progress, and I made that one years ago. It's given me a lot of trouble.
Amber, how about you? What's your most difficult thing you've attempted and completed?
I feel kind of like what Kat was saying too, everything has some challenge to it, because a lot of the cosplays that I try are, there's something in there that I've never done before. So when I was working on the Cold War jacket that's behind me, I had never made a coat before. I've never done a coat with a lining before. I haven't done, it was some modifications on a pattern that I was making up my own. The pattern didn't have pockets on the front, which feels like it should be an easy thing, but everything has a piece of challenge to it. So it's hard to pick out a single thing that's had challenge. Like I've worked on a Weeping Angel costume that I've probably scrapped 3 times and then started over again because I was trying to like, I made the wings, which I actually was really proud of the wings, but the way that I had built it in to be able to wear them was completely unfeasible. So, you know, it's always kind of a work in progress. Like one of the next ones that I'm working on is going to be the 13th Doctor's wig. Because obviously I'm not a short-haired blonde, and I'm not going to become one. So I have a wig to start with, but I am going to have to cut it a little bit, which is a little nerve-wracking for me, and I am going to have to color it to put in the roots a little bit, which is also a little nerve-wracking for me. So like right now that's my challenge, which I haven't started yet because I'm a little intimidated by it. I'm probably going to do hours of research to make sure I feel as ready as I can before I get into it. But I mean, everything has something new.
Okay, Taylor, or Tieran, whatever.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree with what Kat said, that every costume has its moments. Like every costume I've ever done, even the easier ones, there's always been at least like 1 or 2 little things. I'm like, God, that's really infuriating and hard to get. There's a few in progress right now that I would say the most challenging, just because they don't exist, and for various reasons. Like Heimdall, from the MCU's interpretation with the giant helmet, trying to form that out of foam and Pepakura, trying to do a Mr. Freeze, and that is a whole other thing because he has so much going on, and like the armored Schwarzenegger Freeze variation. Those are challenging because there's just so much that goes into it, and slightly more silly. It's a character I'm calling Hakuna Montana, which is a mashup of Scar from Walt Disney's The Lion King and Scarface from Brian De Palma's remake of Scarface. And that's only challenging because like making a mane. And so I'm learning about wig. Like I have lots of wigs, but they're all bought. So learning about how to make a wig, because as far as I can tell, you can't just go pop into a shop and buy a mane. But those are in progress. As far as what has been done, the 2 most challenging would be Kylo Ren, just because of my dimensions. Like I know I'm sitting down, but there's like there's a whole lot going on. This is all chaos over here. Like there's so much me.
You do not have Adam Driver's body, huh?
No, I definitely. I mean, I've got a couple of them in different areas, but they're not. But building Kylo was like, because it was all found, that was the hardest part, was finding all the right pieces and then sewing what needed to be sewn, like making the mask or the helmet. Like I took a existing toy and then had to modify it to make it more of a helmet for my not child-sized noggin, and just all the different pieces that went into it. So that was challenging for that reason, versus I'm actually wearing the jacket from the Clockwork Droid. That was challenging just because like I don't know how to sew really. I can do like stitches, I can put on buttons. I don't know how to use a sewing machine. That's like it's quantum physics and Klingon, or like trying to like find consonants when speaking to a Jadoon. It is really, really hard for me to use sewing machines. But I figured out enough to like modify the jacket. And then the hardest part, which I then discovered, was that the mask making is actually really hard to make forms and molds and do those kind of things. And then also I couldn't take the cheap way out, because the BBC did offer a licensed version of the Clockwork Droid mask, but it was, I think, the cheapest one I found on eBay was just under £300, which translated to American dollars meant way outside my budget. And so I found a Venetian mask, which was a decoration. I can pull everything back. So I cut and destroyed. It was a beautiful mask. Had like the gestures, bells, and everything. Like cut all that off, sanded it down, sewed the edges here, and glued it. And then I was like, great. So I have this wall decoration. How do I get it on my face? And so I used a paintball strap to keep it here. This is what those scary guys wear when they go shoot each other for fun. I mean, no offense if you like paintball, but it's an odd hobby to me, says the guy wearing a Clockwork Droid costume. And then building like protection so it didn't scrape my eyes, because I think that people with visual impairments are amazing. I just don't want to join them before my time. And so created sort of like these eye pads, which is just a little bit of EVA foam covered with masking tape. and then to get the dead eye look that they have so wonderfully. This is just black nylons, but so it's see-through, but from a distance it looks like nothing. So that was extremely challenging because it wasn't like I could go on to a website or Google and say, oh, hey, how do you make Venetian gesture wall decoration into a clockwork droid mask? Or like, what do you do when you're trying to like wear a piece of porcelain on your face and you don't want to blind yourself? Like, there's not a lot of forums for that. And even the same thing here, like the lining for the jacket. This is a Christmas tree skirt that I just used some fabric fuse to attach. And there wasn't like someone who was like, oh, by the way, dude, if you're looking to like get like a cheap polyester coat and you want to make some cool like Baroque era trim, what you should do is get a Christmas tree skirt. It was just sort of a lot of trial and error. And that the research part of it, the construction was not that daunting. It was just trying to figure out what would work, finding those materials, then figuring out how to put those materials together. That part of it, kind of like the pre-production of the cost, is what made it so daunting, and actually makes it daunting for a lot of other costs that I've done. But the end result, except for nylons. Oof.
It's 11 o'clock, so our time is up. Before I toss it back to Natasha, I'd like to thank Jason and Regina for being our monitors on Facebook and YouTube, so we can get our comments and questions in. Natasha, what's coming up later? You're muted.
First, I would like to say thank you, Hugh, Amber, Kat, Kaya, T, Aaron, Cisco. This has been amazing to listen to, and I think we've all been giggling along with your stories. They're amazing. So thank you all for joining us to be panelists. For those on Facebook and YouTube, thanks for joining us as well. Below us, you can see our site, our various social media platforms. Feel free to like and follow them. You'll find out we're posting all of our in-between activities on there. The next activity, we've been talking a lot about costumes, is your turn. Show us your costumes. Post pictures of cosplays you've done in our Who It Yourself community on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. I think those are all the places we're posting them. And then also like and follow our various social medias for things that we'll be doing in the future. Today, our next panel will start at 11:30, and it is a radio play, The Celestial Toy Maker. See you then. Hello, everyone. My name is Natasha Krentz. Welcome to our next Who It Yourself panel. This is our radio play, and we're going to be listening to The Celestial Toy Maker. First, before we get started, I would like to let you know who is our cast members today. We have Ben Ellis, Meg Bjorkman, David Norris, Ricky G, Earl Lucas, Matt Bjorkman, Susie Guile, and Philip Gordon. Now, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, please, we encourage you to add comments or questions to the chat threads throughout the play. At the end of the play, we will have some time for Q&A. In the meantime, let's begin The Celestial Toy Maker.
Doctor Who, The Celestial Toy Maker, Episode 1, The Celestial Toy Room. We begin inside the TARDIS. Stephen and the Doctor are in the control room.
We're landing now, Doc.
Good. That means the gravitational bearing must have rectified itself.
Dodo enters from one of the other rooms.
Hey, look at this!
Dodo models her groovy new outfit, a sleeveless mini dress. On her head, she wears a cap with a visor.
Isn't it fab?
Stephen walks over to her and examines her clothes with approval.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Achoo!
As the Doctor sneezes, he slowly fades away. Stephen and Dodo don't notice right away because they are facing each other.
Bless you.
Oh, Doctor, don't say you're catching a cold now.
Now Stephen and Dodo turn toward the Doctor and discover that the Doctor has disappeared.
Doc, where are you?
The Doctor briefly fades in and out of sight, but then completely disappears.
What do you mean, dear boy? I'm still here,
Huh?
Stephen and Dodo walk toward the spot where they last saw the Doctor standing.
Doctor, you've vanished.
What? Oh, nonsense, child, nonsense,
You have. Stephen, do you think this is something to do with the refusions?
Well, it must be.
Oh, you're wrong.
The Doctor begins walking around the control room. Dodo and Stephen turn and follow the voice.
This is something far more serious. We're in grave danger. This is some form of attack.
But we're still inside the TARDIS.
The Doctor continues walking around the room, the voice floating around the TARDIS. Dodo and Stephen continue to follow it.
That may be, my boy. But wherever it is, it has great power and can penetrate our safety barrier.
The TARDIS's scanner is not on. Thus the Doctor and the companions cannot see outside. They have materialized in the middle of an 8-sided room. Similar to the TARDIS itself, from every angle, lines stretch to the center of the room. The police box is situated at the exact point where the lines intersect. The room they are in is white and radiates a soft, incandescent glow. There is a plain wooden bench facing one of the walls, and against the wall, immediately behind the TARDIS, is a plain wooden cabinet. No one is in the room. Inside the TARDIS, unknown to Stephen and Dodo, the Doctor has again changed position. They think that they are still standing beside the Doctor.
Don't just stand there, dear boy. Turn on the scanner.
Stephen and Dodo jump and turn around. The Doctor is now behind them.
But Doctor...
Don't ask questions, child. There isn't time. Turn on the scanner.
Stephen runs to the TARDIS console, flips on the scanner and looks up at it. The screen is blank.
Ah, it ain't working.
Oh, yes, it is. When it isn't working, the screen is not as clear as that. This is part of the same trick.
But what are we to do? Let's take off at once.
That may be worse, my dear. Besides, I'm not only invisible, I'm intangible, which means that I can't pull the switches.
Stephen moves around the TARDIS, searching in vain for the doctor's new location.
Well, I can do it if you tell me what to do.
No. Whatever it is, we shall have to face up to it. Open the doors.
But Doc,
Open the doors.
Stephen returns to the TARDIS console and opens the doors. The doctor leaves.
We should go.
can't.
Hey, if the doctor's intangible, why the need to open the doors? Could have just walked through them.
Oh, habit, I suppose. Come on, we should follow.
You won't get me out there.
Stephen steps just outside of the TARDIS. We're in the Celestial Toymaker's private 18th century styled study. The Toymaker is lounging in his chair, examining his spectacular kingdom. The walls are filled with dozens of toys of all types. Mechanical toys, electronic toys, dolls, bears, puppets, and masks. All around the room are antique tables, some laid with games, such as pinball machines and chess. The Toymaker's antique desk has a series of futuristic switches and buttons glowing softly with a carefully coded system of multicolored lights. In front of the desk stands a triangular table with the letters A, B, and C inlaid in each corner. On two sides of the table there are two chairs. The Toymaker, a tall, imposing figure, rises and walks over to a dollhouse, a large Victorian one with Victorian furnishings. He considers the dolls there, but passes them by. Next he goes to a miniature theater. There is a circus inside, featuring two clowns.
Ah, you'll serve my purpose admirably. You're very good at games. Clowns always are. You can show the doctor's little friend some of your tricks in our games.
He removes the clowns. One is a girl doll, dressed in a Harlequin one-piece costume. She is smiling. The other doll is a male, with a very sad face. He wears a white baggy suit with ruffles and a cone-shaped clown hat. The Toymaker puts them on the floor and raises his hand. The large sapphire ring on his left hand begins to flash as he points towards the clowns. The dolls start to grow until they are life-size. Each gives the Toymaker a comic bow. Inside the TARDIS, Dodo remains behind, while Stephen has stepped out to look around.
If you want to go, then you go. But I'm sure that the doctor... Doctor?
The doctor has reappeared outside the TARDIS door. Dodo steps out to join the doctor and Stephen in the eight-sided room.
What is it?
There you are.
Hey, we can see you. Everything's all right.
Oh, you can see me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, splendid. Splendid.
Okay, let's go now. It must have just been the refusion influence after all.
What is this extraordinary place?
Well, I'm not quite sure, dear boy, but it's somewhat familiar,
Looks dead boring to me. Come on.
No, wait, child, wait.
Why?
Well, I don't think it was the refusion's influence that made me become intangible. No, I think it was something here. And I don't like the feel of this place any more than you do. But, we have to face up to it. You know, I think I was meant to come here.
Steven's eyes are now fixed on one of the walls. He sees himself projected there.
Hey, look! That's me!
What is?
Here, on the screen!
What screen?
Only Steven is able to see the screen.
Hey, that's me on Planet Kimball.
There's nothing there.
But I believe I now know where we are.
It changed again. There I am in Paris.
Now turn around this instant. Turn away from it, dear boy. We're now in the world of the celestial toy maker, and that screen is hypnotic. It's trying to dominate your mind.
But Doc...
There is nothing there. Do you understand me? There's nothing there at all. You must believe me.
Oh, what was it? What happened?
What's the matter, Doctor? I couldn't see anything on the screen.
Come here, child. Now, whatever you do, you must not allow yourself to be trapped into looking at it.
Who's the celestial toy maker?
Oh, he's a powerful evil. He manipulates people and makes them into his playthings. Whatever you do, neither of you must look at the screen. It's a trap.
With evil laughter, the celestial toy maker materializes before them. The TARDIS has disappeared. The celestial toy maker is standing in its place.
What a spoiled sport you are, Doctor. They like my memory window.
I might have guessed.
Of course, I've been waiting for you a long time.
Where's the TARDIS?
Oh, don't worry, kiddo. Just watch over there.
The toy maker points to the wall. Dodo sees her younger self, dressed in her school uniform. She is home in her living room. A man approaches her, shaking his head. On the screen, Dodo is overcome with emotion.
It's me! The day my mother died.
Turn away from it this instant!
Steven, seeing that Dodo is unable to tear herself away from the screen, turns her around. The images on the wall disappear. Dodo buries her face in Steven's shoulder.
What a shame. I thought my little invention would amuse you.
You and your inventions, huh? Now both of you be very careful. This place is a hidden menace. Nothing is just for fun.
What's the idea?
He's trying to get us into his power. That's why we've got to fight him.
But can't we just go? I hate this place.
My dear, but how, That is the question,
In the TARDIS, of course, as always.
There are many of them. Pick any one you like.
The celestial toy maker slowly stretches out his arm. The Doctor, Steven, and Dodo watch as the ring on his finger begins to pulsate and circles of light begin moving towards the wall. The wall changes color and vibrates. Slowly the light resolves into a picture of an endless conveyor of police boxes.
But there are hundreds of them.
Yes, hundreds. Come, Doctor.
No!
Steven and Dodo tear their eyes away from the wall and look back. The Doctor and the celestial toy maker disappear. Now Steven and Dodo are alone in the toy room. Having lost both the TARDIS and the Doctor, they are filled with dread.
Doc!
Have you gone invisible again?
Nah, he's gone. That man's taking the Doc away.
I don't like it. We should have never stayed.
Yeah, well, too late now.
Who was that man?
I don't know, but we've got to find the Doc.
Steven looks around the room to see if any of the walls are illuminated again with images, but none of them are. He then points to the cabinet, and he and Dodo move toward it. Just as Steven is about to open it, the door flings open, and a male clown's head appears around the corner. Below him appears a female clown's face. They step out of the cabinet and look around, miming wonderment and anxiety.
What in the world?
The clowns immediately stop moving and put their fingers to their mouths.
Shh. Shh, Stephen.
Oh, why do I gotta be quiet, huh?
The male clown extends his hand towards Stephen. The female clown puts her finger into her lips and brings a hand from behind her back, revealing a large balloon and a hat pin. All this is unseen by Stephen, who is looking suspiciously at the male clown's outstretched hand. Finally, Stephen accepts the hand of the clown. As he shakes it, the clown backs away, leaving his hand in Stephen's. It comes away and reveals a stretched 3 or 4 foot long false arm. Stephen throws it down in disgust. At the same time, the female clown pops the balloon behind him. The male clown gives Stephen a slight push, and he jumps back nervously, falling over the female clown. Stephen's facial expression proves to be too much for Dodo. As Dodo laughs hysterically, the two clowns mime convulsive laughter.
Oh, hardy ha. Very funny. I don't see what you've got to laugh about.
If you could only see your face with that hand.
The male clown, holding a large bunch of flowers, taps Dodo on the shoulder. She turns to him as he raises them to his nose and mimes smelling the fresh scent of flowers. He makes an elaborate bow and slowly presents the bouquet to her. Dodo's eyes widen.
For me?
The male clown nods his head and honks his horn once. Dodo then looks over to his companion, who also nods and gives her a curtsy.
Oh, thanks. No one's ever given me flowers before.
Dodo stretches out her hand to accept the flowers. As she takes them, a strong jet of water springs from the bouquet into her face and hair, saturating her. Dodo steps back and drops the flowers. Stephen roars with laughter.
Oh, if you could just see your face.
Dodo retrieves a handkerchief from her pocket and wipes her face. The two clowns, meanwhile, mimic silent laughter.
I'm not sure that I like these clowns.
Look, clown, can either of you talk? All right, how about you?
Yes, I can talk. How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you very much. But what do you want with us?
The celestial toy maker is suddenly directly behind Stephen and Dodo. They are taken aback by his voice.
They're here to entertain you. Play a game with you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. We've been entertained. We don't want to play your games. Now, where have you taken the doc?
Taking the doctor. Well, no, my good man. The doctor and I are going to play a little game together.
The toy maker turns to one of the walls, and suddenly a robot appears. Once again, he raises his hand, and the robot moves towards them. It has arms and legs, is black in color, featureless, and has flashing lights for eyes. On its chest unit is a large monitor screen.
You can watch the results on that board. But you must win all your games before he does.
Look, we're not interested in your games. We just want to go back to the TARDIS.
That's impossible.
Impossible?
Well, not quite impossible. But you'll have to win a few games first. After each game, if you win, you will find a TARDIS, which may or may not be the real one.
And what do you mean, the real one?
Well, as you've seen, I have many copies.
So we have to win a game before we can get to the TARDIS?
Right. Several games, in fact.
And if we lose?
Well, then you both stay here as my guests.
Dodo and Stephen step aside to talk.
We better play his silly game, Stephen.
I don't see why we should humor him. He's obviously around the bend.
That's just it. If we don't do as he says, we may never get out of here.
Well,
Dodo and Steven walk back toward the toy maker.
All right, we'll play your little games. But if we win, we get the TARDIS back, you hear?
agreed. And if you lose, you'll never see the TARDIS again.
The celestial toy maker slowly vanishes.
You never asked him about the doctor.
Wait! Well, the doctor probably has another game to play. I'm sure glad we ain't playing that one.
Meanwhile, the two clowns have been busy setting up a series of obstacles around the room. The room resembles a cross between a gymnasium and an army training course. There are two ropes slung over a number of sharp-pointed spikes. A series of stepping stones are placed on something that looks like a carpet. A long, thin plank is mounted over two sets of stepladders. A long caterpillar-like tube snakes across the room and ends at a square marked Home. The floor itself seems to have taken on the aspect of a large playing board.
What are we playing?
Blind Man's Bluff.
In the celestial toy maker's study, the doctor examines the collection of high-tech toys that are suspended from the end of the room. All are deadly weapons of destruction. There is a model of an advanced missile, complete with a deadly warhead. It is made to scale with exact measurements. Next to it is a long, gleaming black hull of a nuclear submarine. Above it is a supersonic bomber with a thin, elegant dart shape.
You will kindly cease this practical joking and let us go at once,
Patience, Doctor, patience. You've only just got here. Relax, it's so nice to see you again.
And now you have, so let us go.
Always playing the fool, Doctor. The last time you were here, I'd hoped you'd stay long enough for a game, but you left in such a hurry.
And very wise I was too, You and your games are quite notorious. You drop people here like a spider does to flies.
Nonsense! I only want to provide amusements.
And should they lose the game they play, you condemn them to become your toy forever,
You know that's one of my rules, Doctor. But if they win, they're perfectly free to go.
And if I refuse?
Then you lose by default. Is that what you choose?
No, I do not. Oh, I never should have left the TARDIS.
You're so insatiably curious. That's why I ensured that your scanner would be blank. I knew that would bring you out.
Another one of your conjuring tricks, What game is it you want me to play?
The celestial toy maker smiles and gestures the doctor towards the table on which stood the trilogic game. He waves his hand, and the three piles resolve into one big pyramid. Each segment of the pyramid from top to bottom is numbered.
The trilogic game?
The trilogic game. A game for the mind, Doctor. The developed mind. Difficult for the practiced mind. Dangerous for the mind that has become old, lazy, or weak.
You infer that my mind is getting weak and old?
We shall see. Perhaps it is merely lazy.
How dare you!
So, you still think you can pit your mind against mine?
Of course I can.
Good. I hope that the time you spend dabbling in your researches around the universe hasn't dulled you. I need you.
You need me?
Yes, I'm bored. I love to play games, but there's no one to play against. The beings who come here have no minds, and so they become my toys. But you will become my perpetual opponent. We shall play endless games together, your brain against mine.
As you said, if I win the game, I can go?
Well, so you can, Doctor, so you can. But I think you will lose. Can you remember how to play?
I am only allowed to move one piece at a time.
That's right. And you must arrange them in the same order that they are now on point C.
And, I am not permitted to put a large piece on a small piece?
Correct. And you have 1,023 moves to do it in. That's the exact amount. And if you make one mistake, you lose. And to help you count, here.
On the table is a tally recorder with 2 lines of figures. The top line reads 1023. The bottom line is 4 zeros.
When the 2 rows of numbers match, the game is over.
I see. Can I begin?
Don't be so impatient, Doctor. Oh, there.
The celestial toy maker touches a button on his desk and waves his hand at a large ornate mirror hanging along with the other objects behind his desk. The mirror turns cloudy and then gradually clears into a picture of Stephen and Dodo with the clowns in the other room.
We mustn't forget them.
You're not asking them to play this game.
Good heavens, no. They're on the competitive list.
Competitive? And, who are the others?
2 clown friends of mine. They are the home team. They will play against your friends and win the quest.
Quest? What quest?
The hunt for the TARDIS. Win the games and you get it back.
Inside the toy room, Stephen and Dodo are with the 2 clowns, preparing to play the toy maker's first game.
It's rather like a snakes and ladders set I used to have.
Oh, look crazy to me.
Oh, go on, have a go. It looks fun.
The female clown overhears Dodo and Stephen's conversation and beckons Dodo towards a glass booth standing in a corner of the room.
What, me on that? Not on your life.
But this is the game we have to play, right?
Yes, this is your game.
All right, then you play it.
Oh no, you must play it. It's all quite simple. You start there with a blindfold.
She points towards the starting area.
Oh, you must be joking. It's a kid's game.
Stephen, go on.
You have to cross these obstacles without falling down. And if you get home without falling down, you win the game.
And, well, what's his name? And what's he going to be doing all this time?
His name is Joey. I'm Clara. He will play it too, of course.
And if he loses? No answer that time. And what happens if we both manage it?
Then we play it again until someone loses.
Oh, that's just a great future the toy makers got mapped out for us. All right, Joey, old boy. You got what you want to show me how it's all done? That means yes, I suppose.
Clara ties a blindfold over Joey's eyes.
You must come with me.
Clara takes Dodo and Stephen into the glass booth and shuts the door.
This is where we control them. 1 buzz for right, 2 for left, 3 to stop, and 4 to start.
Joey begins taking on the obstacle course. He does very well as Clara sounds the buzzer to guide his every step. In the toy maker's study, the doctor is watching Dodo and Steven intently on the monitor. The toy maker is not in the room. The doctor quickly walks over to the toy maker's desk and presses the intercom button.
Dodo, Steven, this is the doctor. The game you're going to play is not so innocent as it looks. Be on your guard. If you lose this game, we shall be here forever. So watch out for...
The doctor is seen and heard through the robot's monitor. The toy maker suddenly materializes beside the desk.
That was unwise of you, Doctor.
I must warn them.
Attend to your own game. Go from move 152.
The pieces on the trilogic board move by themselves. The counter number rises from 110 to 152.
Keep playing, Doctor. And to stop you interfering, I shall have to dematerialize you again. There.
The doctor has become invisible once more.
You are overreaching yourself, toy maker. How can I play this game now?
Let's see. Suppose we leave you one hand.
The toy maker waves his hand with a fancy ring to make the doctor's hand materialize.
There. I suggest you resume the game.
The doctor resumes playing the game.
I thought you'd see it my way, Doctor.
Back in the toy room, Joey reaches the end of the tube, and as he crawls out, he feels the end of the square marked home and stands up. He whips off his blindfold and raises his hands in the air in a gesture of victory.
We won! We won!
Now, hold on there just a minute. I haven't had a go yet.
But the doctor warned us.
It's all right. I can manage it. All right, let's see. Rope, 5 stones, step, plank, tube. Now, I can do it if you guide me. After all, you can do it. You remember the directions.
Right, turn, 1 buzz. Left, 2 buzzes. 4 to start and 3 to stop.
Steven exits the booth and walks out onto the floor. Clara follows him and ties the blindfold around his eyes.
Can you see?
Not a thing.
Steven feels around for the end of the rope and grabs it.
All right, I'm ready.
Clara goes back to the booth and closes the door.
Ready now.
Steven takes hold of the rope, tests it with both arms, and prepares to swing. Dodo, to her horror, observes Joey, pretending to make sure that the first stepping stone was safe. He moves it about 1 foot to the right.
Look what he's doing! Cheat! You cheat! Steven, look out!
He can't hear you.
Dodo runs to the door of the booth and tries to open it. It won't budge.
The door is self-locking.
Dodo looks around desperately and runs back to the control panel. Out on the floor, Steven, just about to swing across, almost overbalances as he hears the buzzes.
Dodo, be careful. You nearly made me fall that time.
Steven cannot hear a response from Dodo. He grabs the rope again and launches off to swing across the sharp spikes. Lowering his feet on the other side where he expects to find the stone, he finds nothing. He swings back again. He lowers his feet to safety at the starting point.
Oh, what have you done now, you clown? You... One right? One right?
Steven takes the rope, flexes his muscles, pulls himself up, and swings again in a large arc across the waiting pinnacle of steel below. This time, Steven swings more to the right. After extending a leg, he finds the edge of the stepping stone. He lands on it, a bit unsteadily.
Ooh, that was close. Yeah, you'll get honk when I get this blindfold off. Now, I moved another. I moved the first to the right, and then to the left.
Steven now stretches his legs out again, feeling for the next stepping stone. Once again, Joey nonchalantly kicks another stepping stone out of the way. Steven thinks that the stone is to the left.
Now what? What now? To the right? Wait.
Steven extends his foot, but can't find the stone. He tries again, almost overbalancing himself. Finally, he finds the step. Steven repeats the step to the right. He feels for the steps leading up the plank, finds them, and sits down on the lower step, wiping his brow.
I don't see how he has a chance of winning if you cheat all the time.
Cheat? Oh no, it's just a few variations. They make it more fun.
Steven reaches the top of the steps, stretching forth a leg cautiously, feels for the plank. He tests it carefully, feeling it give under his weight. Then bringing his other foot up, he starts to edge along it toward the other end. As he inches forward, leaving the safety of the first set of steps, he begins to regain his old confidence. He steps out a bit more vigorously. Steven sways to and fro, desperately fighting for his balance. Gradually, he rights himself.
What was that? Oh, you again. I warn you. Angle these clowns.
Steven sways again, nearly falling off the plank. He swings his arms to and fro to keep his balance. He reaches the end of the ladder, and Dodo, watching through the glass booth, sees Joey comically mind his anxiety not to get squashed in case Steven falls off the ladder. Steven jumps onto the top step, turns around, and walks quickly down to the bottom. He then makes his way for the tube.
How is he supposed to squeeze through that tube?
Joey did.
But suppose he gets stuck halfway. What then?
Steven tries to get his broad shoulders into the tube. After several attempts, he decides to go through on his back. Then Joey seizes one end of the tube and drags it around into a large U, so that Steven comes out at the same place where he began.
Look what he's done! It's not fair!
He goes back to the start.
And you think that's fair?
Dodo seizes Clara by the front of her costume and shakes her. Clara immediately becomes limp.
Let me out of here! Open the door!
I can't.
Oh, you're just like a doll! A rag doll! I don't think this is funny at all.
Steven has pulled himself out of the other end of the tube. He straightens up and feels for the home square as he had seen Joey do. Instead, his hands encounter the step ladder.
Ah, tarnation. Look, I warned you.
Steven tears off his blindfold and examines the tube. It has been bent almost entirely back along its length like a horseshoe. Steven realizes that he's been wasting his time and effort. He is positively livid. He turns to Joey, who begins backing away. At the same moment, Clara bursts from the booth, followed by Dodo.
We won!
Oh, Steven completed the course.
We won! Now you'll never find the TARDIS.
Oh, it's a draw. Now let's do it again. This time with him in the booth.
Joey's the winner!
Dodo looks around the room and sees Joey's discarded blindfold on the home square and picks it up. It is transparent.
Steven, look at this. You can see right through it. It's not a real blindfold at all.
The clowns are silent. They back away, looking crestfallen. Steven holds up his blindfold and compares it to Joey's. He then turns to the clown.
Well, no wonder you were able to run around the course so easily. Now let's try it again, only this time with a real blindfold.
Joey backs away. The clowns are definitely not in a joking mood anymore. The toy room itself begins to get darker. Joey turns away as if to leave.
No, not so fast. Here, Dodo, put this real blindfold on him. And Claire, you better go in the booth and guide him. Right. Now we'll play the toy maker little game fairly. Come on, Dodo, start him off.
Dodo leads Joey to the starting point and waves to Clara in the booth.
Stephen, I'm frightened. You notice he's not funny anymore.
Joey swings across and lands on the first stepping stone. Step by step, he makes his way across the stones to the floor of the foot of the stepladder. Joey climbs to the top of the steps and sets his foot, a bit uncertainly, on the first plank. And now he shuffles like an old man. Suddenly, the plank sways violently. Joey holds up his hands in terror, as if he were going to fall.
Stephen, you better stop him. He'll fall.
Oh, we can't stop him now. It's him or us. Go on, Joey. You can't stop now.
Joey steadies himself and commences moving across the plank. His steps get slower and slower. Suddenly, Joey sways on the plank and then crashes to the floor. Stephen and Dodo look at the booth and see that Clara has fallen forward, slumped over the control button. Abruptly, the lights dim and go out. At the far end of the room, one of the walls lights up, and there appears a police box. They move across the room with caution. They examine the police box, only to discover that it is a fake TARDIS.
It can't be empty.
Oh, it is. Hey, look. It's just an empty police box inside.
Not completely empty. What's this paper on the floor? It says, 4 legs, no feet, of arms no lack. It carries no burden on its back. 6 deadly sisters, 7 for choice. Call the servants without voice. Oh, what does it mean?
It's a riddle. And here's a way out. The back of this box is open.
Perhaps this riddle is to tell us where the TARDIS is.
Or perhaps it's just another game. Anyways, we've got to find out.
Stephen goes through the opening in the back of the police telephone box. Dodo remains behind and looks back at the toy room. All she sees are 2 small, twisted clown figures, now the size of dolls. Shocked, she turns and runs quickly after Stephen. The next episode, The Hall of Dolls.
Would be helpful if I unmute. Whew. Wow. I have a confession to make. That was my first ever radio play.
Yay!
And I was transfixed. That was fantastic. We did get one comment come in while you were going through. It's from ANDWBC podcast. They say, so great to see a live play return to console room. Really enjoyed the live productions of Midnight and The Edge of Destruction in the past, and now the tradition continues virtually. Another comment, very nicely done. I enjoyed listening. That was really great. We only have about 10 minutes for some comments and questions, but I would like to start with this one. Ben, why did you choose this episode for our radio play?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, good. One day I'll get the hang of the mute, unmute button. The reason I chose this play, well, there were a couple reasons. One, it's like you can take any Doctor Who story, in my opinion, and turn it into a radio play. But on the other hand, you can, go on BrickBox, or you can rent a DVD or listen to a Big Finish CD, and that's great. And with Celestial Toymaker, obviously, it's available as an audio play done by the BBC, and also it's available as a book. I could be wrong, audio book. But the thing is, you can't see those Celestial Toymakers. So I wanted to do something that hadn't been done before, that people could listen to and enjoy, and just a different interpretation, a different take on it. And that, to me, that made it exciting. And just to have the amount of characters in this first episode, the script was perfect. Because I love to collaborate. I love to work with a team. And also, I hadn't directed in 20 years since high school, so it helped.
You did a great job, Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
Yes. And I also want to just give a couple of shout outs too. Ricky G, I really appreciate you coming in and helping me with the script and doing your edits.
My pleasure.
And Philip, your music was amazing. You were just freaking awesome.
Well, thank you. I couldn't tell from my end how it sounded, so I hope it sounded good.
Sounded perfect.
I got to tell you, Philip, your interpretation of Joey's dialogue was nothing short of remarkable.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Just fabulous.
Let's see. Oh, we did get another comment. Bruce Redberg says, "Well done, Cass."
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have a question. Taylor Cisco, is there a reason why Console Room doesn't produce these on a recurring monthly, weekly basis?
I can't imagine.
Outside of con. No, just kidding.
Because I have a job.
Yeah.
I'm retired. I could do it.
I do it.
So Meg, you and Damon will do Wheel in Space episode 1.
Right.
Seriousness, Taylor, that's something I'm hoping for the future. Because we had a lot of fun doing this. I think this is something I'd want to do again. My hope is that we'll launch something else in August or no. There's also almost November, August or September, but we're gonna do. There's something on the horizon.
And we would love to do it too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Well, I will let everyone know if you're interested in helping out with any future panels, whether they be at Console Room or on these Who It Yourself Live. You can contact Console Room. Check out our webpage. Check out our Facebook page. Send us a message. Send us an email. And we'll get you connected with the right people for helping do panels or running escape rooms or being on a radio play cast. So there's opportunities for everyone, but we can't connect you if you don't let us know you want to be connected. Let's see. We got a few more comments of accolades coming in. I don't see any additional questions yet, so I'll ask another one. What was your favorite thing about doing this play? And I am going to go down the list. So I'll start with Philip.
Oh, well, I've been doing this since I was a kid. playing with sound effects off of records. I loved putting them together on tape, and I was one of those kids that recorded the TV with the tape recorder. No Doctor Who episodes. I did record the theme song because I loved it so much. But yeah, I've been doing this since I was a kid, and this was so much fun to do, especially because of the subject, something I dearly love.
Awesome. Ben.
What I love about it, I'm gonna say this. I loved that I was able to do something I didn't think I could do. To be able to give notes and to work with these amazing actors. So that
Wonderful.
All of it was my favorite part.
David.
Oh, for sure, playing the villain. I love that role. I usually get slotted into that role. What I loved most about this, though, was bringing a little more dimension to the character of the Celestial Toymaker. I mean, in the original, they had no idea what they were doing. He was the big bad of the month. And, infused with a slight amount of racism, with the whole Mandarin thing. But I really enjoyed going back to some of the source material, specifically Divided Loyalties, which I know there were some differing opinions about that one, but it gets more into the mythology and the lore of the Toymaker and the Great Old Ones. So it was really fun, making him a more fully realized, fleshed out character, and then and reimagining this in the context of the entire canon, books, audio plays, TV shows. So that was really fun. It would be fun to do more of that.
Cool. Earl.
I had a lot of fun working with this great cast. It's good to be able to bounce off other people with their line readings and the energy they put into it, and taking that energy and doing something with it, and then throwing it to the next person, and just keeping that energy bouncing between everybody. And I had a lot of fun just saying, why the script is written so British, it's hard to translate it into Southern, and I just wanted to. I always thought Jack Burton would be like a great companion, but I couldn't quite do Kurt Russell, so I just kind of went with a cowboy kind of voice.
I loved it, Earl. It was so great.
Oh, it's great, Buzz. I was like, oh, whatever, That's fun. It's just great taking something like this, and still keeping true to the story, but just putting a different spin on it, just enough to make it, instead of a cherry slushy, a watermelon slushy. I don't know. Or that one that Super America had, the mango pineapple. That was good.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Sidetracking.
Thank you. Matt.
It was just wonderful to get a chance to act again, which is something I haven't done since college. So it was, and I love classic Who, so this was like a dream come true to be able to do some acting based off Doctor Who and being able to participate.
Thank you. Meg.
Well, being a part of theater has been my life forever. I was in a ballet company for years ago, so acting is kind of in my blood, and being able to do the Doctor, oh my gosh. I've tried to do it in my own interpretation, thinking, well, let's see, grandmother, I'm a grandmother, I could do that, be the mom to them, and it's just such an honor that Ben asked me to be the Doctor, so I love doing that. Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. Ricky.
Oh, that's easy. The best part about radio play, theater of the mind, that sort of thing, is that you get the opportunity to play someone that's a third your age. That was fun. I mean, what other opportunity would I have to play an 18-year-old? That's kind of cool. So, I mean, I talk for a living. I'm a voice actor for a living. But my official description is middle-aged American female. That's my official description. So getting to play an 18-year-old I'll never pass that up.
All right, Susie.
I don't know. It just sounded like something fun. I'm not one to be, on center stage or anything like that. I'm really into, behind the scenes stuff, how things are put together. One of the things I like doing here in the city is helping set up equipment for local concerts. That gets my adrenaline going. So to be able to do something without anybody actually watching me, it takes a lot of the pressure off. I would love to do it again. So thank you, Benjamin.
And great T-shirt.
Thank you.
Susie representing.
Yep.
Wonderful, wonderful. We have one follow-up question from Taylor. Can we do a podcast of console room audio dramas? Taylor, we will definitely be talking about doing these radio plays on a more recurring basis. Yeah. I'm glad everyone enjoyed them. We are getting close to out of time, so I want to say thank you again so much to the cast of the radio play. This was fantastic. Thank you to Hugh and Amber.
I'd like to give a special shout out to Larry.
Yes, thank you, Larry.
Larry brought all the tech aspects of this in for us. We appreciate that.
Yes, Larry is our broadcaster, helping make sure we're all in the same page. Amber and Hugh, for this one, they have been our Facebook and YouTube watchers, passing on those comments and questions from that side. And last but not least, for all of you who've joined us and watching this panel today, thank you for joining us. If you don't already like or follow our pages, find our social media pages. They're down there. Like and follow them so that you get updates whenever we're doing future activities. Speaking of future activities, following this panel, there will be another activity posted. This one is called Caption This, where we're going to post a few Doctor Who themed photos. You guys come up with what those captions are. And starting at 1 o'clock Central Time will be our next panel. That is called Comic Creators of Doctor Who. It's featuring Christopher Jones and Katie Rex. And we hope to see you all then.
Thanks, Natasha.
Thank you, Natasha.
Thank you.
Natasha.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're ready for our third panel of the day. Console Room bringing you Who It Yourself Live. This panel is comic creators of Doctor Who. Just like our previous panels, if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, please, we encourage you to put comments and especially questions for the panelists in the chat window. We'll translate them over to the panelists so they see them. And in the meantime, enjoy the show. Our moderator for this Comic Creators of Doctor Who is Dave Wheeler. Thank you, Dave.
Hey, thanks, Amber. Hey, everybody. My name's Dave Wheeler. I'm a local comic creator here in the Twin Cities, and I'm here to introduce our two panelists. You know them from their work on Doctor Who, as well as a myriad of other titles across the industry. We have Katie Rex and Christopher Jones. Chris, you there? Oh, weird. I'm getting everybody muted for some reason.
Ah!
Oh,
We're unmuted, it's fine.
Ah, there we go.
We wouldn't stop talking.
Ah, I feel much better now. I thought I was losing my mind.
No.
More so than usual.
Well,
Chris Laird is too chatty.
They're not mutually exclusive.
That's fair.
Yeah.
So as I was saying, both of you are comic creators who have had the luck and awesome opportunity to work within the Doctor Who franchise. Let's start out with just a brief introduction of who you guys are. So yeah, let's start with Katie and we'll move on to Chris.
Hi guys, I'm Katie Rex. I write comic books. I got to write for a summer event about Jenny the Doctor's daughter. It was pretty cool, very exciting. This is Kazul. She's my dragon. She's with me most of the time.
What are Kazul's Doctor Who credits?
Kazul doesn't talk about her time as a companion. I think it is really emotional for her still, just kind of raw.
I understand. It's kind of like Tom Baker. He did come back for 5 Doctors because it's too fresh.
Right.
I get that. Well, I'm Christopher Jones. I draw comic books. And I've had the good fortune to be involved in a couple of Doctor Who projects. I drew the 3rd Doctor miniseries, Heralds of Destruction, written by Paul Cornell, and the 7th Doctor miniseries, Operation Volcano, by Andrew Cartmel. I've done some various covers besides, and most recently, as a little extra tack-on thing, during part of the Doctor Who lockdown programming that was being produced with a lot of the original creators from the TV show, doing tweet-alongs with episodes and creating some new content, often like a prologue or epilogue to the story. I did an illustration that went with an epilogue that Paul Cornell wrote for his Human Nature 2-parter. So that's my catalog of Doctor Who credits. I'm very fortunate to have. I've been a Who fan for years, so glad to be a part of it.
Good segue, because I figure after the introduction, the question that a lot of people are probably going to be wondering about is what got you into Doctor Who, and there's a follow-up with that of who is your doctor?
That's so hard.
That's why we start out with what got you into Doctor Who, because then you get a little introduction.
Chris, can you go first? I'm having a power issue and I have to plug in.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, Katie addresses her technical difficulties. It's funny. My first exposure to Doctor Who almost was in comic book form. I'd heard of the show before I ever had a chance to see it. A friend of mine had a book on British sci-fi television of the 60s and 70s, and there was obviously going to be a chapter on Doctor Who. So I'd read about it, and I was fascinated by the idea of how long this show had been running, because at this point it had been running 12 or 13 years. And I was fascinated by the idea that, there had been these different eras of the show, and the lead character had been played by different actors, and it all just sounded really cool and interesting. But before I ever had a chance to see the show, Marvel Comics was doing reprints of the British Doctor Who comics in, I think it was Marvel Premiere, which was the anthology series they had running at the time. And I got my hands on a couple of those. So my first exposure to Doctor Who in narrative form was Tom Baker as the Doctor, drawn by Dave Gibbons in comic book form, which was great. But reading the Fourth Doctor on the page when you haven't seen that performance isn't the same.
You don't get his booming voice in your head.
No, or quite that specific flavor of eccentricity that Tom Baker brings to the table. So the first time I ever got to see the TV show was when PBS started carrying it in Minnesota, Channel 2. And they were showing it weekdays in episodic form. And I somehow perfectly missed all 4 episodes of Robot. So the first episode of Doctor Who I ever saw was episode 1 of Ark in Space, which is not a bad one to start on at all.
No,
because Ark in Space is a great story, and it's especially that first episode where it's the Doctor and Sarah and Harry exploring a seemingly abandoned space station and just having to deal with automatic security systems and things. Not only a great slow introduction to the characters, but it really quickly established how different this was than other science fiction I might have seen. I mean, when the Doctor comes out of the TARDIS, plays with a yo-yo for a moment, and then declares, artificial gravity, we're on a satellite of some kind. Like, oh, this is not Star Trek.
Yeah.
So yeah, Tom Baker was absolutely my first Doctor. I have a hard time declaring a favorite, but Tom Baker was definitely the first one that imprinted on me.
I think a lot of people think your first and your Doctor are synonymous. And I think for a lot of people that's a favoritism thing too, but I don't think it has to be.
I totally agree with that. I'm in the same boat as Chris with the Fourth Doctor being my first with the PBS broadcast, but I'm a 10 guy. I Tennant has always been a favorite. But Katie, how did you get involved with Doctor Who?
So I actually did start with I guess it's no longer the new series, but in the fandom I think we still call it that, with Eccleston. I started at the beginning of the not exactly reboot, and I loved it. And I went back and I tried to watch a bunch of the older episodes, and I found that after watching David Tennant and Billie Piper, Will They, Won't They, that the original series was a little different. Still very much liked it, but certainly starting at season 1 after that was a surprise.
Right on. So moving on from how you got involved, I guess, like Chris had mentioned of an arc that he really was passionate about. What would you say is a storyline that really affected you, or really you enjoyed a lot from the series, whether that be the original or the new, or whatever you like?
Yeah. Gosh, that's hard. There are so many really good ones. But I really liked tying up the Bad Wolf stuff with Rose.
Right
Just
on.
that, and I think it was encapsulated in one episode where it just like all of these ends from throughout the series came together, and I really loved that.
Right on. Actually, we have the first of many questions coming in from online for Chris Jones. From NWBC podcast. Really enjoyed your depiction of the Seventh Council that you drew in the Operation Volcano miniseries. Can you talk about your inspiration for designing that TARDIS?
Yeah, so when I first was, I knew I was going to be drawing this miniseries, but I didn't have the script yet. I asked Andrew Cartmell when this was going to be set, if it was going to be somewhere in between episodes of the Seventh Doctor's TV run or sometime after the final classic series episode, Survival. And he said, oh, probably after Survival. And I'm like, so does that mean we could do an original console room design? And he didn't have a problem with it. And it turned out that Titan Comics and the BBC didn't have a problem with it. So I was like, goody. Because Sylvester had kind of been shorted a little bit on TARDIS interior stuff during his run. They had kind of they weren't dedicating the space to keeping the set standing, so he doesn't have a lot of scenes inside the TARDIS. And then they hadn't used it in a long time and went back to it and discovered that the walls were all ruined. So there's an infamous story where he's at the console and the rest of the console room are just flats with holes cut in them and backlit. They've got the power down in the TARDIS to try to hide the fact that most of the set is gone. So I always thought like he deserves a big, great console room. And the one thing I borrowed was that they had been planning when the show was canceled of building a new console room for the next season, what would have been season 27. And the designs are online. You can find them. They're really cool. The one thing that I thought was really neat that I wanted to keep was that instead of the console being on a short pedestal on the floor, it was open underneath and it was suspended from above. And so like, all right, I want to keep that. But what my main goal was to provide sort of an in-between stage from the aesthetics of the classic series, where the console room, as much as it changed over the years, was always spacious and open and had roundels all over the walls and, Greek columns, and, it had a certain look to it, versus the glorious, wonderful, you can get lost in there console room of the 1996 TV movie that Paul McGann had, which obviously at the beginning of that movie, if you've seen it, is occupied by the Seventh Doctor. So I wanted to make it the console room bigger and have little nooks in the corners that made it feel a little more lived in. There's like writing desks and chairs and shelves and things. There's a overhead cage that suspends the console, which is not the same in style, but echoes the shape of elements of the TV movie room. So that was the goal, is to just sort of do a mashup of the two, so it feels like a transitional point, since there's such a glaring shift between the brightly lit, very white, room open feeling of the classic series, and then the move in starting with that TV movie, but certainly into the modern series of these more moodily lit, very busy TARDIS interiors that we have these days. So that's the story.
Good story.
I have a question about that.
Yeah.
Are there components of that you thought about and designed and came up with that didn't make it into the book?
Yes, because as it turned out, in spite of having done this design work before the scripts were turned in, the scripts showed up and there was very little action inside the TARDIS, which was a little frustrating. So you only really get to see it from one angle. The reverse angle, so like on the opposite side of the console from the doors where you come in, I think you get to see it in one panel of the prequel teaser story that they put out for Free Comic Book Day. And so I don't know that it comes across clearly. But there's a doorway with a round doorway that goes off into the hallways to get into the rest of the TARDIS. And I tried to put the hallways at angles that it looked like they don't intersect properly, because it was always a thing in the classic series. You'd hear people wandering off in the TARDIS and getting lost. And I thought, well, if the whole thing is a dimensional pocket anyway, why are we assuming that it's laid out on one dimensional plane and everything plays fair geographically in 3D, as opposed to, things just crisscross and overlap, and it doesn't make any sense. So I was trying to imply that a little bit, and it's like I said, I think it's in there for one panel, but I was hoping there'd be more of a chance to explore that Eh.
Katie, actually, a question for you.
Yeah.
If you were to design a console room, much like Chris, what would be the features that you would want to put into it?
Oh, I don't know that I've picked favorites. There are so many things that I really like. I like when the console room has sort of organic-ish elements where things aren't necessarily too squared off, if that makes sense, too uniform. I like some of the analog components, like bookshelves. I think that's a really fun, like, hypothetically, you don't need physical books or shelves. And so the sort of commodity fetishization of physically what, Chris?
Wasn't a phrase I was expecting to hear you throw in, but okay. You're not wrong.
I mean, there's a very fetishy fascination with physical, tactile experiences with things like books and other items that people choose to physically collect. And I think it's really interesting, the console rooms that have different kinds of collections, not just books, but closets of clothing, just all of the items, the relics, I suppose.
For sure, like the wardrobe in Tens, like where he goes up and starts rummaging through, and you see the scarf and you see everything. That was always kind of a fun throwback. You know, it's a chance to throw references around, which is pretty fun. Speaking of reference, segueing into another question for y'all.
Well, you look back to the. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Chris. You got more on it. Run.
Oh wow, we have like a 5-second time lag going now here.
Oh, weird.
Or maybe we've caught up. I was going to say that if you go back to when the series started and what it was like in the Hartnell era, there was definitely more, you know, they showed there being multiple rooms to the TARDIS, and there were definitely, you know, they showed like, oh, here's where we get our food from, and here's the time-space visualizer, and here, you know, there was stuff in there which I thought it made it feel like more of a lived-in space. Supposedly, you know, if you're the Doctor or the companions, this is your home. This is where you're living. And then as the needs of the production meant that the set kind of got scaled down, it turned into, well, there's the door where you come in, and here's the console in the middle and room to stand around it. And for a long time, it didn't even appear that, you know, like there were chairs if you wanted to sit down for 5 minutes. Which is something that, you know, why I tend to like the ones that feel like more of a lived-in space.
Yeah. Are you saying the Doctor is not a neat freak?
Depends on the regeneration.
Yeah, true.
What I was gonna follow up with was because of both of you having the opportunity to work within this franchise that has such a rich history and such a specific history to each of the regenerations and whatnot, working within the confines of that, what was your process of working with reference and kind of establishing your work within the universe that is the Doctor Who universe?
I think Chris should go first because he has more experience working with a number of different franchises, I suppose.
Yeah, one of the things I always find fascinating when you translate a property from one medium to another is it's inherently going to change because different mediums are better or worse at doing different things. So the thing I enjoyed with both of the miniseries that I got to draw is that, you know, you don't have, you lose the performance of the actors. If you, I mean, outside of a TV episode, you know, the best for recapturing the magic that comes from that performance would be like the Big Finish audios or something like that. But what you can do in comic books is you're still in a visual medium. You're drawing the characters as opposed to having to put the actors in front of a camera. So it doesn't matter if somebody looks older or if somebody is no longer with us, as long as you have the likeness rights, you can put them in the story. But the big thing that comics can do is, you know, your budget, your production limitations are basically what you can imagine and what you have time to put on the page. And so, you know, especially in the third Doctor story, that was a 5-issue miniseries, and the first issue I think feels like a lost episode of the show. It feels so much tonally like the TV show, and Paul was writing that story in a style where he was putting typically 3 panels on a page, which is not a lot in comics. It gave me a lot of room to do these big, wide panoramic panels, which meant I could put in a load of background detail and try to evoke the feeling of all that great location shooting they did during the Pertwee era when he was on Earth, that made those stories feel very grounded in a way that Doctor Who stories sometimes don't. But then the story escalated so that by the time you got to issue 5, you'd gone to crazy town. They were doing stuff that you never could have done on the TV show. You know, a feature film wouldn't have had the budget and the special effects to do the crazy stuff that was going on in that story. And that I think is the advantage of, you know, aside from just making more Doctor Who, trying to take advantage of the medium you're telling the story in to do something different with it, that lets you, you know, tell a kind of story that you wouldn't have gotten on the TV show.
For sure.
I suppose the question more was about reference. You know, thank goodness for as the artist working on this that we live in the age of Google image search. Because the earliest comics I did that were based on anything, I was literally taking a VHS tape of a movie and taking Polaroid photos of my TV screen. So I had pictures of actors and locations because that was the only way I could get them. And now I have the internet. So I mean, that's the simple answer to that is you go find all the photo reference you can find. The internet, you know, Google image search is your friend, and then you just try to be as accurate as you can without getting so stiff from using photo reference that it just looks like you're doing nothing but copying photos. So that's my long-winded answer.
Well, I remember you talking about your love of drawing Bessie. Yeah.
I adore Bessie. I was so delighted that Bessie was in the story, and I was even more delighted that Bessie only appeared in the first issue. Because Bessie was time-consuming to draw, and because it's Doctor Who, I knew that if I got any details wrong, I was going to hear about it.
Understandable. Katie?
For myself, the biggest thing that is difficult when it comes to tackling a large franchise like this, and especially with Doctor Who, is voice. So fortunately, I had a very short story, and my story involved a character that only had 1 episode, Jenny. So capturing her voice versus making it up myself was something that I don't think a lot of fans would have issues with or feel like there was, I don't know, accuracy issues. But I know that whenever I do anything with a history like Doctor Who, you want to be aware of what came before, and you want to make some references to that, but you don't want to get yourself mired in the past of the franchise, and finding that balance can be really difficult.
Right on. All right, we have 2 questions that just came from, it looks like, Facebook. One from Joseph Erickson asks, sorry, off topic, which secret room are your Shakespeare busts attached to? It's a secret. I'm at least mine is. I don't know.
I'm willing to tell them. It's how we portal back and forth to visit each other while I'm in Los Angeles and Dave is back in the Twin Cities.
Well, now it's out there.
Now it's out there.
You guys have the best romance.
We really do. Miss you, buddy.
I would like to add that if you go onto my Twitter at @TheKatieRex, you can see that Kazul has her own Shakespeare bust as well. I don't, but my dragon does.
Kazul's
We've
part
been
of all
hanging
of
out with
this.
your dragon.
Yeah.
I mean,
Friggin' awesome.
Did your dragon not tell you that we were doing the?
You
she
should
did
come.
not. She's
You
been
need-
keeping you guys' friendship a secret, and I'm really mad at her now.
Really, she just needs a bigger door. Because it's just lizard sized. You just gotta put a little expansion onto the I can't think of the tank. I can't think of the proper term. Terrarium? That word? Anyways.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, we digress. The second question from Facebook is from Bruce Reberg, and he asks, when drawing comics, do you draw at all or draw in tandem with others? And if others, how do you blend drawing styles? Manage.
Well, it varies. The mini series that I've done at Titan, I drew the whole story, and I both penciled and inked it. Obviously, sometimes you'll have one artist who pencils and one artist inks it. Even then, you're still collaborating with a colorist who brings a lot to what the finished page looks like, which is all part of a further collaboration with the letterer or the writer. It is a team effort. Sometimes you'll see a story, and this isn't unique to Doctor Who or licensed properties at all. But you'll see a serialized story where, whether it's because of just the needs of the production with the schedule or whatever, that different chapters will get drawn by different artists. I've read stories where I found the shift in styles jarring, and it kind of pulled me out of the story. A character reappears. I'm like, oh, that's who that is supposed to be, because it doesn't feel like the same character. I think ideally there should be kind of a standardized look that an artist may draw the character in a different style, but it still looks like they're trying to draw the same person. I guess a certain amount of that is about editorial control.
Was it on your first or second miniseries where it was a different cover artist? Like you didn't get to do the covers, from what I remember, for one of them.
Well, Titan Comics loves variant covers, so there were all kinds of covers by different artists for everything I've done for Titan. But the Third Doctor miniseries, I came on board that project late enough that they already had done covers for solicitations for the earliest issues, and for the later issues, I was just so slammed getting the pages done that I
wasn't a problem.
Do any covers of my own. When it came to the Seventh Doctor miniseries, I did a cover for each issue, but again, because it's Titan, there were a total of 5 covers for each issue.
Right on. A follow-up question. When you get a script, how much back and forth is there with the author and vice versa? So from author to artist to author.
That varies. I mean, I've had projects where I never spoke to the author. I just got a finished script and I drew it. And I've had others where I could go back and forth with the writer and suggest, hey, do you mind if I do this in 2 panels or change something? I've had others where I was involved from the time when they were plotting the thing and got to maybe throw some ideas in. I mean, Katie, as a writer, I mean, you've had different experiences, I'm sure, working with different artists.
So personally, I try to not give my opinion overly much, I guess, is the way I want to phrase that. What I feel is that whatever I have pictured in my head is probably cool enough that I got hired to do the job, but the artist got hired to do the art. So when things get changed, or if things are interpreted differently than the way I intended, I find most of the time the artist has come up with something better than I could have. And so I don't find myself doing a lot of kickback. And maybe that's just because I've been working with such great artists and I haven't had to, but it's largely, you know.
Well, and in my experience, writers vary a lot on how visual they are. I've worked with some writers that, you know, they've got the story all worked out, but the script is just written as this happens, then this happens, then this happens.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not a lot of guidance being offered on how any of it should look or how, you know, or anything else. I've had other scripts where they have the page in their head. They're like, okay, there's going to be 3 tiers of panels, and the top tier is going to be a page-wide panel, and it's going to be an establishing shot from way back, and it looks like this. Okay, the next tier is 2 panels. The first one is this, and you know they're really specific. And if they're specific and what they're describing works, that's great for me because then I don't have to worry about figuring all that stuff out, and I can put my time and creative energy into other aspects of the process. But there have been times I've gotten scripts that are that specific and what they're asking for doesn't work at all. I have gotten great panel descriptions on comics, like the elevator slowly begins to move. I don't know how you convey that in a line drawing.
Very carefully.
Characters nodding are surprisingly difficult to portray in a line drawing, because if you put any action lines in to convey that there's movement happening, that just reads as violent head shaking, like they're having some sort of horrible spasm, as opposed to just, you know, a little subtle. So, you know, that, but my favorite ever was, I had a script once that called for, it was a Batman and Robin story, and Robin was on top of a building. This is in the middle of a scene. It's not establishing anything. We're already following the action. Robin's on top of a building, and in this panel, you're supposed to be behind Robin, looking down over his shoulder at the street below. And then the script proceeded to start to describe the facial expressions and the mood of people in the crowd below.
Oof.
Which, if you think this through, those people are going to be that big in the original drawing. So I just did 180 degrees opposite of what the script was asking for. I put the camera at ground level so that the people on the ground were big, and you're looking up and you're seeing the little figure of Robin with a little bit of yellow cape flapping over his shoulder. You already know that Robin's there, so that's all you need to know, that that's Robin on top of the building. And so it conveyed everything the writer wanted, but I had to do it exactly the opposite way he'd asked me to do it to get there.
Yeah.
But that's the thing about collaboration. I mean, as opposed to going off, if you're a writer and writing a prose novel where it's just you and the editor, you know, collaboration is about people bringing different skills to the table and making something together that's different than any one of you would have done separately.
Speaking of collaboration, moving on to our next question.
Ooh.
We've talked about the Doctor, but his most frequent collaborators are his companions, or her companions, their companions. Who would be? Let's do top 3 companions, because then you don't have to narrow it down, and just, or even just story arcs involving the companions that you might enjoy.
Well, I'm wearing my Martha Jones shirt, so y'all can tell I have one favorite companion.
That's one.
Yep. Chris?
Oh, we're okay. We're going back and forth. Okay.
I have to think about it.
I have to say about Martha. Martha would possibly be my favorite if they had stuck with how she was introduced and emphasizing her being this capable doctor, medical doctor, as opposed to her just pining for David Tennant and neither one of them talking about it for a season.
Yeah.
Which kind of drove me crazy. But that's, as is so often the case, that's more the stories than the character.
Agree.
Modern series, I know who my top two are, and they're both unconventional. Well, I don't know if one's the not as unconventional one is I loved Bill. I wanted more than one season of Bill. Bill was awesome. But prior to Bill, my favorite was Wilf.
This is why we're friends. Not that old man.
I mean, Donna is like right there, but like Wilf just melts my heart.
Donna's great.
Donna's amazing. Donna's amazing. I mean, it's hard. I always have a hard time picking favorites in anything. And Doctor Who is one of those topics where people immediately start asking you your favorite this and your favorite that, which that's not how my brain works. I like different. It's apples and oranges. I like different things in different moods, and but
I went with top three of just kind of generalized.
Yeah.
Hard still, it is.
I know.
I'll throw a shout out to K9 though.
Yeah.
I know y'all are shocked that I picked the animal one.
K9's up there for me as well. I have two K9 air fresheners that are down here in the basement.
Excellent.
That just kind of hang out. So he's always collecting samples.
I realize it's pushing my list to 4, but if we're going back to the classic series, my two favorite companions from the classic series, and I think it's the two best Doctor companion pairings in the history of the series. Second Doctor with Jamie, Seventh Doctor with Ace.
All right, man. Good choices.
I'll throw some love for Romana too.
Yeah, right on.
See, but Romana gets you in trouble because you still have to pick a favorite Romana.
I do not.
Are you sure?
I don't have to pick.
Okay, so you're basically getting a twofer. You're getting two companions for one pick.
Value companions.
That's fine. I picked 4. So yeah, we both picked our top 4 favorite 3 companions.
Yeah.
And not a single Centauran in them. I'm disappointed. No,
well,
it's there.
See, did you get that? That's the other unending debate of Doctor Who fans is what qualifies as a companion. Was Strax a proper companion? Was the Brigadier a proper companion? Beloved recurring character, yes, but companion? It depends on it's semantics. It's how you define the term.
That's the beauty of this panel. We don't have to worry about it.
We don't have to have answers. We just have to ask the right questions.
Hey, at least I do. All right. So it looks like our production manager, Larry, asks, here's a question I'd like to pass on to both guests. If you were to mash up someone from a different franchise, movie, TV show, and place them as a companion to the Doctor, who would that be? Who would the companion be, and which Doctor? For instance, placing Counselor Deanna Troi with Paul McGann's Doctor. That's a loaded question.
So are we putting a character from something else into Doctor Who, or are we putting the Doctor into something else?
It does not specify, so go nuts.
Oh man. See, my first thought was that we were putting someone else into Doctor Who, and another of my many favorite companions. I never thought the Doctor needed a snarky valet until we got Nardole, and then I realized, oh yes, that was necessary. So I just think dropping Alfred into the TARDIS would be awesome.
That would be fantastic.
If Alfred thought his last boss was a pain.
Yeah. Katie, how about you? Who would join the Doctor?
Yeah, I think that I'd like to watch, and I'm not sure who would go to whose series, but I'd like to see the Doctor interact with John Crichton from Farscape.
That would be fantastic.
Interesting.
And you know what? We could go vice versa too. What series would you like to see the Doctor pop up in sporadically?
And I think either way with this, whether the Doctor goes to Farscape or whether Crichton goes to Doctor Who, I think both sound amazing.
Those seem like very compatible universes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd go off the wall. I would be like, I'd put, I would put the second Doctor in with Fraser Crane or something like that, because that'd just be funny to see them play off one another.
Sure.
And now it's in Chris's psyche. There we go. We'll see a print next fall. I kid.
Drop Capaldi's Doctor onto Sesame Street. Why not?
I would.
There you go. Oscar the Grouch as a companion to the 12th Doctor.
That'd be fantastic. I would love.
Lieutenant being sexy on Pretty Little Liars.
Do you know what? Dropping Oscar into Doctor Who would finally explain why his trash can is bigger on the inside.
Heck yeah. The good old TARDIS. The chameleon circuit works real well on that thing. Just saying. All right. Let's see. Just making sure I haven't missed anything. No additional questions so far. So we'll get back to the comic creator side of things here. What got you into comics? Like what was the thing that made you passionate about storytelling, whether it be visual or actual writing storytelling? My brain worked real good.
Katie, did you need a moment?
I don't know, how does anyone get into comics? Comics were around when I was a child, so I read them. A lot of kids comics, because my parents were also comic book people, like a little tiny bit, and they knew that I shouldn't be reading certain things. So a lot of Donald Duck, a lot of Archie. And I guess maybe I'm lucky that my parents protected me from the scarier comics, but also I think the people who got access to those comics became much more brilliant creators than I did. And I think that comics are so unique in a way that no other media can accomplish. The way timing works within a panel, in that it's a moment, but it's not a static moment, but it kind of is a static moment. And I find it really interesting, fascinating, and fun, I guess, as a writer. Just enjoyable.
For sure.
Yeah, I always tell people, I realize how lucky I am because I literally have the job I wanted when I was 5 years old. I don't have a story about getting interested in comics because I don't remember ever not being into comics. I have this weird thing where I'm somewhere between the fourth of four children and an only child because there's like a big age gap between my siblings and myself. And none of my older siblings were heavily into comics, but they had a few comics which got passed down to me by the time I was growing up. So I had this handful of comics from like the very late 50s and early 60s that were from before my time, but were kind of a great era for a lot of like DC stuff with fun house ads, which were just tantalizing because it made you see these teasing covers for other comics I didn't have that I wouldn't get to read and understand what was the deal behind that cover for like 20 years, but eventually found out. Yeah, I grew up loving comics, and it was always something I wanted to do because I love telling stories, and it's a way to do it with my ability to draw, which is a combination of something I've worked very hard to develop and something that came somewhat naturally to me. So the idea of like, ooh, I can use my drawing to tell stories, because illustration is fine, but like narratively telling a story is like, that's what always gets me excited. The storyboarding work I'm doing now is like another flavor of that. That's what always has had me excited about doing it. And, the fact that I've then additionally had the good fortune to get to make comics based on other things I was passionate about, whether it was superhero characters that I grew up loving or something like Doctor Who. It's scratching that itch of like, oh, I love this thing, and now I get to give something back to it. It's this feeling of finally getting to like, touch the thing that you've been chasing, and kind of become a part of its legacy a little bit. It's exciting and flattering and humbling and a whole bunch of stuff at once.
Well said. We have a couple things that came over. It looks like from, oh my goodness, a whole bunch. We have Henry Brejas asking, what's it like working with Katie Rex?
Henry's a nerd. Don't answer him.
Fair enough. All right. Jason Tucker. Oh my goodness, that would be amazing. Hey, I'm just gonna roll with this. Might as well. We got a couple crossovers here from fans. The Doctor on Sesame Street. Oscar is a reincarnation of the Master. And most Isley Radio says Capaldi versus the Count. I guess they're fighting now. And finally, Michael Rogers says the Golden Girls with the Sixth Doctor.
And that's my favorite thing I've ever heard in my life.
I would agree. That would be fantastic. Let's go back to what's it like working with Katie Rex. I didn't want to completely blow him off, but hey, here we go. Katie Rex. What's it like working with you?
I don't know. I've never done it.
That's very true. Okay, moving on. All right. I feel like a jerk doing that, but hey.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm probably terrible to work with, though.
Oh, I bet you're amazing to work with. I've worked with you. Granted, it's been in a retail setting, but hey, it counts. Let's see. Okay, we've gone through that. Going back to kind of what you are passionate about working on, and again, utilizing and focusing on the opportunities within the Doctor Who universe. What Doctor would you all like to work on, and who would I guess let's start with what Doctor you would be your dream project. Which Doctor or even companion. Let's really throw a broad net out there. Because I think there's a lot of good opportunities there.
I actually think Jenny was my dream, so
there you go.
I'm good.
All right, nailed it. First try.
She's such a great character. She has everything.
Okay, I always hoped she'd come back.
Yeah. Well, and you'd think
she did, kind of in your
right. You'd think that given Georgia Moffat's connection to the franchise, they'd be able to get her back.
Yeah, the theory that like maybe she just doesn't know who to call to say that she's interested doesn't hold a lot of water.
Right.
She could just shout in her house, and something would happen. Like have a family get together. Just go, I want to work on something.
I love these little snippets behind the scenes where she takes a photo of her dad and her husband trying to fix some electronics, and with the caption, "How many doctors does it take to change a light bulb?"
Solid gold.
Yes, it is. Let's see. I would love to do something with Capaldi because I love Capaldi to bits. I had a couple of proposals at Titan Comics with Tony Lee that we were going to do that didn't come about for one reason or another that break my heart, but I don't know that I'm at liberty to describe those. The one idea I had I wanted to develop, I didn't even know, hadn't gotten as far as what Doctor to plug into the story, but I'd long wanted to do something. I love what they have done with Strax and kind of playing the Centaurans for laughs in the modern series, but I'd love to see like a serious Centauran story that playing up the Doctor Who's wonderful ability to do political satire and get back to the idea of the Centaurans being an entire culture that like everything is centered on war. And I want to take advantage of the ability of comics to go beyond what you could pull off in a TV show, and I want to actually see the war, the unending war between the Centaurans and the Rutons.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to deal with this clandestine group inside Centauran intelligence that realizes that this horrible, horrible thing is about to happen. They're on the verge of winning the war.
Yeah.
One long punchline.
Well, no, it actually becomes, what do they do about it?
It's
Yeah.
a cultural
Because you don't want to
installation.
win the war, you want to keep fighting the war.
Mhm.
So they start to do these black ops things to undermine their own position and to help the Routons.
You got it.
Keep it running.
And I think that could be a really fun story. I just hadn't fully developed out. Okay, so what specifically is going on, and how do you plug the Doctor into it?
I love that. I do a deep dive on the Silurians too.
Silurians are great.
Just putting that out there.
Man,
That's the thing. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'd love to do like a Fast and the Furious story arc with the Daleks.
Oh my god.
Just
go home, Dave.
I am home. I could flip this bad boy and I'd be out in L.A. But
yeah,
I don't want to show that. We
right.
Can't show the magic.
No. You don't want people to see how these things work.
No, wibbly wobbly, all that jazz.
Yeah.
All right.
I did get a ringing endorsement from the comments.
You did. She's okay, and Artist Alley says.
Well, that I could have said. I've tabled next to Katie many a time, and she's delightful.
I'm
spend time
okay.
With. She's delightful to spend time with, and does a mean Artist Alley table.
That's
except for that one time, but we don't talk about that. No.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
We don't talk about that one time.
Exactly. Moving on. How many Doctor Who fans does it take to change a light bulb?
When the show got revived in 2005, it killed one of my all-time favorite light bulb jokes, which was, how many Doctor Who fans does it take to change a light bulb? None. They just sit around waiting for it to come back on.
I like it.
Yeah. Ouch. And then it did come back on. So, yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, Bruce asks, how about favorite master to write or draw?
I like Missy.
I would love to do something with Missy. I've only gotten to draw the one, in an official form, which was Roger Delgado, which was pretty fun. Don't get me wrong. Actually, like, one of the things that I would have like a little geek out of, like, oh my god, I'm going to draw Doctor Who. I kid you not. Inking the dark and light whiskers on Roger Delgado's beard was just this little moment of like, I'm drawing the master, and this is awesome.
All right. Kristen says, I would love to see Chris Jones and Katie Rex do something similar to this at Convergence 2021. Also, Mos Eisley on Radio says, I would love to see a multi-master story arc.
That would be fun. That'd be really fun. Also the panel, but I meant the story.
Yes, the panel would be great. The story would be great. I'd love to see a multi-master story in comics. But if you're just looking for a multi-master story, you should really check out what Big Finish is doing right now. Because they've got a thing in the pipeline called Masterful, which kind of looks like what you're wanting.
Very true.
So check them out. There's a plug that I'm not getting paid for.
Yet.
Hard to find a lot of work as a comic book artist for a company that does audio productions.
Well, now's your time.
Advertisements?
But they do all this photoshopped, photograph-based stuff. What I want is for them to do audio companion things that go with comic books that have been done. That would be sort of like those great book and record things from the 70s.
Oh yeah.
That would be fantastic.
So you just put the audio file out as opposed to it being a 45 record, and you get the soundtrack to go with the artwork from the comic.
That would be fantastic. We got one more question. Joseph Erickson, would you like to do more with the Doctor in history?
Like Earth history?
That's what I'm assuming.
I think that'd be great. I think there's a lot of Earth history left to explore. And I personally am kind of a Tudor geek. Could maybe explore some fat syphilitic kings, as one does.
Yeah, I was gonna say as one does, you know. What about you, Chris?
Sure. I mean, obviously, it's going to happen. It's part of the premise. It's just a question of what period in history. The thing that's always tricky is finding the balance between wanting to just explore history as it was versus putting the sci-fi elements into it. Especially since something that can be frustrating sometimes with Doctor Who is there's either the story where you're mucking about in history and changing things, and then there's we mustn't change anything, which then your main character spend the whole story just trying to leave things alone.
Well, that's
Yeah.
kind of like when they unchange things.
Yes.
All right, so we are actually out of time. We've wrapped up. Another fantastic panel. We'll have to do this again, but I'm going to shoot it over to our boss and organizer. So thank you very much, you two, and
3.
see you next time. 3. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Dave.
She was gone for so long.
She was not. She was in my lap.
Oh well, I can't see your lap. Perspective. All right. So take it away.
Is that?
I think
you may
you're
be
still
muted.
Oh, yep. Still there. We go.
You're right. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Katie, for being here today. This was delightful to listen to. And thank you for Jim. You're welcome. Thank you, Jim and Hugh, for being our Facebook and YouTube moderators, sending us those questions from the chat. And for Larry, for being our background broadcaster. Up next, we've got another activity that's going to be posted on our social media platforms. Check those out down here. The activity is a one-word story. We've just been talking about stories, so now you get to help us make some new ones. Find our post and add a word to complete a story. Our next panel is going to start at 2:30. We are not going to be live broadcasting this one, though. This is Tea Time Roundtable discussion. Anyone who would like to join the Tea Time Roundtable can find the Zoom meeting link on our website, on our social media platforms, and sign in and join the discussion. You can also check out later tonight, we've got a tweet along and another activity that we'll post after the roundtable discussion. Thanks for being here today. See you later.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our last bit of our live Who It Yourself Live Day, Day of the Doctor. I'm Natasha. I'd like to thank you all for joining us today. To end our live segment, we have some words from our con-chairs, Amber Radin and Jason Tucker.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jason, and I founded Console Room way back in 2014, and we have had a convention every year since then. And even though we were fortunate enough to be able to have our convention this year. We know that a lot of other events have been canceled, and people have been just, really wanting to get together with other fans. And so we came up with all the stuff that we did today as a way to kind of help people scratch that itch. And I hope that all of you have enjoyed the content we've provided for you today. I want to thank all of our participants who have put everything together, all of our activities between the panels, our live events, what all have we done today? It's like, it feels like a day at a convention. It really does. Amber, go.
Yeah. We've had a lot of activities getting posted on all of our social media. So I do want to note, I've seen a couple comments about whether we were leaving enough time on some of those activities. Have at them still. Have at them for the rest of the weekend, or as long as you want to. We're not going to take them down. So keep sharing your masquerade photos. I've seen quite a few of those, and they're all amazing. So thank you. I've seen a couple coloring pages, so if you're gonna sit down, watch some more Doctor Who later today and color away while you're doing that, please feel free to share those. Those are amazing. We've done some caption this photos. I don't know how many of you have looked through the captions, but there's some really good ones in there. Our one-word stories. There's different stories. There's multiple stories all kind of being written all at the same time. So you could participate in any of those. I'm sure I'm missing something because I can't believe it's already passed. I can't believe we're already almost at the end of the day here.
Well, the last activity, did it just post or is it going to post shortly? Is that forced perspective photo challenge, which, it's a challenge in doing it, not a challenge in that there's going to be a prize or anything. But at the end of 2 weeks from now, you can keep posting those forced perspective photos for the next 2 weeks. And at the end of those 2 weeks, we're going to have a virtual TARDIS tour on July 11th.
Yeah, join us all for that. If you've been enjoying these activities that we've been doing, the coloring pages and the masquerading the photos, if you're not already on our following us on our Who It Yourself, or is it a page or a group, our Who It Yourself Live? It's Facebook technology confuses me sometimes. But find our Who It Yourself Live page / group, whatever it is, and join it and post your own things that you've done, whether it's a costume that you've made or fan fiction that you've written or drawings, fan art that you have on the Who It Yourself Live page.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
just keep going throughout the rest of the year.
Yeah, the group, it's a Who It Yourself community group. It's a name, hashtag Who It Yourself community. And there's actually been quite a few people in there today also sharing what they've been working on for Day of the Doctor. I haven't had much of a chance to work on things, but I'm going to have the next couple hours before we do our tweet along to work on some of the Doctor Who things that I've had waiting for me to finally get to them, and feels like a good day to do them. So I might share those as well. So yeah, anytime that's available all the time to kind of share the things that you're working on.
Little technical difficulty there. So, yeah, but to circle back on the things that we had going on today, you know, I want to thank Ben for putting together the radio play and getting all the various actors involved in that. That was amazing. Dave Wheeler and Christopher Jones and Katie Rex for doing their comic creators panel. Everyone who participated in the cosplay panel, including Amber and Kat and Kia and T. Aaron Cisco, and I feel like I'm missing somebody from that. There, we had so many people participating. All of our tech crew, Natasha and Larry, and our various moderators, Hugh and Jim. I'm sure that I'm missing some people in some of these, but everyone put a whole lot of work into today. Larry did a lot of the design work for our various ads and videos. I think he put together the video displays, the montages. So yeah, thank you guys all for all the work you put in for today.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it, you know, we would not have had a successful day without all of your participation.
Right. And thank you all for who have been watching. I've seen a lot of names that have been showing up across multiple panels and tuning in throughout the day. So thank you, all of you, for tuning in. I know it's a really nice day out, so if you're tuning in later after we're done with this, thank you for tuning in then too. These aren't going away, so feel free to watch whenever you're able to. And thank you. I don't think I could say thank you enough. It's been a lot of fun. But we do still have a tweet along this afternoon / evening. I guess it depends a little bit on your definition of afternoon or evening. That's going to be on Twitter and in the Who It Yourself community group. So if you're not in the Who It Yourself community group, now would be a great time to join. And we'll be watching Day of the Doctor. We are not going to be streaming it. I think we've been posting that every time we've talked about the tweet along. So we're not doing like a live stream. You'd be watching your own copy of the episode. We'll just be watching it at the same time and talking about it a little bit while the episode's going. So a bit like our video room that we have at the convention, we'll be kind of watching together separately. So that'll be at 7 p.m. Central. And I think that'll wrap up our day.
Well, thank you thank you to everybody. Thank you, Amber.
Thank you, Jason.
And hopefully you'll join us again for our virtual TARDIS tour on July 11th.
All right, we'll see you all soon. Stay safe out there.